All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board Workshop Session. Today is Friday, July 19th, 2024. And so I'm going to turn this session over to Mr. Schroeder to run through the applications that we'll be hearing at our public hearing that will start at 9 o'clock this morning. So, Brett, the floor is yours, or the microphone is yours.
Good morning. So we're going to try to run through this quick so we can get done by 9 o'clock. So the first thing we have is Mammoth Car Wash. Couple things. Wants to add a metal awning over the front portion here, where currently you've got some seating and some umbrellas and things. Matches the color, kind of the styling of what's on the building already with the canopy here. So I don't think that's a huge thing. The bigger thing I think that y'all will want to look at is the colors. So he is working on sort of branding things together with his brand and getting the buildings to look a little more similar and things. So he wants to paint this building. I'm just glad he picked something other than white. He'll have his paint samples today, and we'll talk about that. So it looks like field brick he's done in a gray, and then as I showed with that other image, he's already got this dark color going on, so he's stuck with that, which I think ties together really nicely with the kind of an urbane bronze kind of look in the gray. So Mr. Tester will talk through that.
Do we need to look at signage?
No.
No. Okay.
All right. And then we have Couch Construction, which y'all know we saw them, I don't know, a couple of years ago maybe by now. It's probably, who knows, it's probably been 10 years, but it's been a little while ago. He moved up on 8 years, see? He moved up on North Main Street, did a remodel of the house up there, did a great job. And the styling looks really good. He's looking now just to change colors. He's, according to a little notification I got, he's maybe changing a few things in his business. So he's giving himself a new look. He also is going to do a new monument sign. His monument sign got moved by the state. And so looks like he's just redoing it a little bit. I think it's a good change. Again, it's not white. So, and he's got 2 other buildings on the site that he wants to paint as well. So this building sits in the back, be the south side. This building is on the north side, a little more forward. And then this picture here, he actually mocked it up in the back. And so that's not a mock, or not a rendering. That's an actual photo of the colors and style that he wants to do on the structure itself.
Brett, how do you consider the stars on the building? Is that a mural? Is that a piece of art? Is that a sign?
It's not a sign.
Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. It could be an architectural feature. It could be a mural. I hate to say it's a mural. I mean, it's a one color thing. So
if it's painted, I wouldn't call it an architectural.
You paint trim, and that's architectural. Makes it architectural.
But the paint is not architectural. The trim is. I know I'm splitting hairs.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like a medallion on a feature on
There you go.
a wall.
Yeah. Something to add a little detail into a blank area.
Gives a little pop.
Yeah. All right. Here's existing. And then he just put in some nearby stuff. It's kind of a reference for his color thoughts.
So going back then to this star, if it's considered a mural, then the Arts Commission needs to look at it.
Yeah, if somebody makes a determination that it's a mural, which staff has not, so
What has staff determined it to be?
we haven't.
Unknown UFO.
Well, I mean, we could approve under the condition it's reviewed by the Arts Commission.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, just,
You can't push it to another board. You can approve it and leave it, but you can't say, we're going to approve it if they approve it.
The big one is in the back on the garage building.
Yeah.
And then the one on the actual building is pretty small.
What elevation is it on?
The front, the one that
The
faces Maple Highway.
side facing Main Street. Okay, visual comfort. Visual comfort is out where Lazy Dog is, the Haynesbridge Road Center. If those of you that were here years ago when we built this center, this portion of the building, or when we approved this center, I should say, this portion of the two buildings, y'all worked on really hard to kind of give them a tied together yet separate suite sort of feel. So you've got different brick patterns, you've got different brick colors, and things out there. So one of the things that this is a little bit of an issue is these two suites are two completely different brick colors. I believe they've got similar glass styling, but as you can see here, they're completely different brick. This is the parking lot side. So this is a different tenant. This is visual comfort. And then from the North Point side, this is all visual comfort, both of these. So, and if you remember, you know, when when these buildings were designed, we made sure that this was the front. North Point Parkway is the front. So they all have doors that can be accessed from that side. We try to keep back of house stuff not against there, so that we, so that it looks like there's activity. I mean, we've got a 12-foot sidewalk that's going out there. You know, when the North Point stuff comes, it's going to be really pedestrian area out there. It's sort of elevated at the one end of the shopping center, so it actually has a sidewalk all along the this walking area up here. So I think we need to keep that in mind, that this is the front.
And Brett, for that elevation that we're looking at, or that rendering, the left-hand bay, if you call it, yes. You look at the floor plan, and that's a conference room right there.
That is a conference room, yes.
So it's not necessarily, I guess, they're not going to have all those lampshades and lamps and lights and fixtures all in there.
Right. Yeah, so the rendering is not necessarily correct. And also, when you look at if you look at the floor plan, there's a wall built inside here, about 3 foot inside.
Right.
I've told them well, actually, there's a debate back and forth whose suite it actually is, but I've told the shade store that that can't be blocked off and be they can't block those windows off like that. That's got to be an entrance.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And it looks like their sign is already in place.
Yeah, the visual comfort sign is up.
So it's not new.
I'm sorry?
So it's not new. They're calling it new signage, I guess.
Well, I mean, it's new to them and new to the building, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it just went up, I think, Monday, maybe started Friday.
Okay.
This elevation is the, in between the two buildings. So this was going to be a patio or is a patio area. So they're changing all the glass, which is, I don't know, not necessarily the intent, I think, of when the building was designed.
Is the width of the storefront members getting narrower? It looks like on the renderings. I know that the number of mullions is changing, but it looks also like the width of the actual storefront framing is getting narrower.
I don't know that. I didn't
ask.
catch that up. Yeah, so, yeah, because how are they filling that in? I mean, there's not piles of bricks sitting out there, so, because on the elevations, those are brick right to them, so.
Yeah.
I mean, the actual opening looks like it's
I'm
smaller, or
talking
the
about
thickness
the
of the mullion?
We
The
call this-
mullion.
Oh, the mullion, yeah,
Mullions are
they're
the
changing the
size.
entire glass pattern. So they're gonna, from my understanding, they want to pull out basically the punched opening
Yeah.
and refill it. But they're definitely, in the rendering, what they want to do is definitely smaller than what's there. Yeah.
Hey, Brett, are they changing anything to the outside other than the windows? Like that red brick, is that staying red brick?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was leaning to, that it's hard to,
Yeah, I was trying to,
because this whole elevation is visual comfort. But it's two buildings, so, and they won't be able to put signage up over here because they've already got their visual comfort sign here, so this will be just kind of a blank spot, which is
well, the
okay.
tree-
Doesn't have to have
trees
signage on
there,
it.
so that's fine.
Yeah. All right. You can see here the layout. So this is, top of page is North Point Parkway. So this is the visual comfort suite.
Yeah, scroll down one more page and you can see the floor plan then. There you go.
Okay. Lots of details in there for you. I swear I didn't put that in there twice.
Just wanted to see if we're paying attention.
Yeah. Okay. Tequila Mama. Tequila Mama is the restaurant, two-story restaurant that's going out at Lakeview. So this will be the first sort of first commercial building that's out there. We've got the apartments that sit here that are already up and being leased, and it's got some residents in there. And then we've got this building here, which is the Tequila Mama building. And then the green space that's right here. That's a pretty formal green space that they'll have events and different things in, and then you've got some residential that backs up to that as well. So if you remember back, when we looked at this a while back, they were talking about two different buildings right there. One was going to be they were thinking a small grocer building, which was going to be against Lakeview Parkway, and then the little bit bigger restaurant building. What they've done is they've combined the square footages of the two buildings into one, pulled it away from Lakeview Parkway just a little bit, and really activated the green side. So staff thinks it works really well. A couple of the concerns you guys had before was, we had the dumpster area that was kind of tucked right against Lakeview Parkway, and how do we, is there enough room to get that screened with landscaping properly, and how does that all look from the road? So now that we've got that pulled away, you'll see that they've moved the dumpster area. It's still that sort of general area, but they've moved it a little bit away from Lakeview, so there's going to be, which isn't going to be today, hopefully next month they are going to bring back the landscaping for this plan. But there's more area now to get that landscaped. I think they've got if I saw one of the elevations right, they've got a proposed roof for the dumpster area now, so I think that's all going to work out a little bit better than what we had originally. And then we're still going to have something, currently the building out there was shown as a smaller building and then a longer all retail building. So as far as staff knows, that's still the plan. They've not brought anything different to us. I know this site plan looks a little bit different, but
Well, you'll see a different site plan on the next
you're
one.
going to see a different one, in the next one. So this is a little more representative of what's currently approved out here. And then this is the new building. So, the dumpster was kind of sitting up in this area. Well, actually, it was like up in here. So this is the green space.
That's what we approved. Yeah.
Some views from Lakeview and from Haynesbridge. So I really don't think, this sits down basically one full level from Haynesbridge and from Lakeview. So I really think the views that we're going to see of this building are going to be a little bit through here and a little bit through here once these two buildings get out there. So top, I think, is what will catch the most, and the ends maybe.
So we're going to approve the site plan change, perhaps only as it applies to this building,
Yeah,
right? So a limited site plan.
limited site, yeah, just this building, yeah. So this is the floor plan. Plan right would be Lakeview, and then you'd have the parking lot down here, and then the other buildings, and then the street, and I can't think of the name of that street over there, but the apartment building is over on this side. This is first floor. So you can see here they've got a really big opened area to the green. They've also got some garage doors here, and they've got garage doors on the end. So they really want the entire place to open up to the green. And then upstairs, again, all conditioned space to my understanding, but yet openable. So we're going to see again the louvered roof, the powered louver roof, and then I'm going to skip by these massings. This is the green side, faces the green. So we've got the glass panels that the top two panels stack down to the lower panel, make your safety railing, and leave that bottom. So the bottom one will be a solid non-movable panel, but these will drop down to open up the whole, basically the entire second floor. So staff thinks that's just really going to be something when you see that. You know, you'll, with all that glass up there, you'll have a lot of illumination that you'll see, a lot of activity. So I think that's really going to be a big draw. So we'll talk through the elevations a little bit. This is the parking lot elevation. So you've got the building, you've got the parking lot, then you've got next buildings, then you've got Haynesbridge Road. Again, over here is Lakeview. So this is their elevator tower. Their architect and designer and I kind of talked through that a little bit. We talked about maybe some glass in there or some different things, but really felt like none of that was a good option, just because, I mean, you don't want to, it's the elevator, so we don't really want to see through it, which means then if we put glass in it, we have to black it out, and that sort of sometimes looks weird. So it's almost, we felt like making it a little more of a feature in elevating the height with going full length on the color and the material right there, just helped that whole end of the building. Then on this portion of the building is where you can see that they're going to change patterns of the material. It's going to be the same color, but they're going to change patterns. It's my understanding it's all corrugated metal, but they're going to change the width and the depth of, I don't know what that raised portion is actually called, but that will change. So to give this whole corner, or this whole piece right here, is kind of a unique look to it. On the floor plan, this is all back of house in here, bottom floor. This is all kitchen area and all that stuff. So you can see another garage door on the back, got open areas where they can on the top. Then we'll go down to the exciting green side. We kind of worked through that a little bit, bringing in their color. They're also bringing in a little bit of color in the stairs, just to kind of add a little bit of a pop to those. This is the Lakeview side, so you can see the dumpster area here and why I'm thinking this has got a roof, just the way that piece looked at right there. And then this is the side that would face the apartments. And they also, if you remember quickly on the floor plan when I went through it, they had some tables and umbrellas and things out there. So they're really activating that street view, you might say, because this really is their only good view from the street. And it's an internal street, but it's from the street, and it'd be right here. And then some proposed interior, just to get feel of colors and design that they're thinking inside. And then I think these massing views show a little bit better to me. You can see they're hiding all of their HVAC units and vents and all that stuff in this parapet here, and then they've raised this up a little bit to hide that overrun, or I can't remember the technical term for that, but the elevator, that's the elevator shaft again, so.
Beam and other stuff.
Great building, we think, and we're really excited for the tenant. Got a couple other locations around the area, but this one's going to be the best.
Brett, we're not reviewing the sign on this, right? We're not reviewing the building sign?
No, building signage in this area wouldn't be required to be reviewed.
Okay.
So
Is it
we'll
a
look at
mural?
that.
Is it a mural?
It's not a mural.
It's got words.
It's
There's
definitely
a lot of
signage.
fun geometry in that composition.
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of fun geometry going on
I
with that
agree.
composition.
For a kind of a boring side over here, there's a lot of stuff going on as well. Yeah, so I do think it'll be an interesting interesting building from the parking lot side.
And so Brett, you said they'll bring landscaping.
They're hoping next month, but it'll come back.
Right. Yeah, it was June of last year that we looked at.
The other building.
Yes.
Okay, and now we have Park Walk 2. Park Walk 2 is going along Old Milton Parkway. So we've got some, I think it's 2 buildings. We'll have to wait till we get to the site plan, but I think it's 2 buildings that face Old Milton Parkway. And when they went through city council, those areas were really focused on, and they showed some good images of a couple different areas that were called Alexandria. And so they actually brought that name through into Alexandria elevations here. Some of the things that they focused on was different planes. Buildings moved in and out. They had really nice wide eaves on all the buildings. They had different materials, not just different colors, but different materials and different colors moved in through the building. So it really showed a lot of difference and not so much like a townhome building. Some rear elevations here. We'll get into the little more fun pictures.
So Brett, do we have examples of what they showed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Site plan. So these are the focus, really. I mean, we're going to see them all, but these are the focus. This Old Milton Haynes Bridge corner here, that's the focus. If you remember, a couple months, maybe 3 months ago, we looked at these back here. So these townhomes, so there's Publix kind of sits over here in the corner. This is Thompson Street back here.
Does that property go all the way to the bank?
I'm sorry?
Does it go all the way to the bank? The property on, does it go all the way down Old Milton to the bank?
I think it does go to the bank. I think it does. I think that funeral home building, I think sits
Not right
here.
Okay.
I apologize.
I couldn't either.
I think this is the bank right here. It is. Okay, let's get to those Alexandria ones, or actually the ones that, oh. Okay.
I don't know that they were in our package.
Well, they were, because we looked at them, remember?
Yeah. But,
Yeah, so let me go a different way here.
okay. The development that's, I'm going to say behind them,
Yes,
on the other side of what?
faces Thompson Street.
Yes, what was that? What was the name of that development? For the life of me, I couldn't remember.
I cannot remember that either. Yeah, on Thompson Street? Park Walk 1?
And that's what it was labeled when we looked at it?
I don't, was it?
I couldn't find the Park Walk one in our old meetings.
Okay, here is the example that they showed at City Council. This would be these back here. And then this is the examples they showed of the Alexandria. So you can see some real big, some big differences here. And if we zoom in, there's even some small differences that they've sort of highlighted. You've got round top arched windows that you've got a window in, and then you've got some arch tops that, you've got square windows in. So just, it's all in the details. You see the prominence of these eaves and some of the depth of this frieze board, I believe it's called.
Or
Cornice area, yeah, something like that. We've got coins on a couple of the buildings on the corners.
yes.
It really, when you look at this, it doesn't look like to me, it doesn't look like a townhome building. It looks like 4 separate structures.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what's in the elevations we have, right?
It's not quite there.
Yeah, I mean, the
It's close.
architectural elements are included, but this is not repetitive, right? Every one of these is a little different.
Yeah.
Whereas in this, the elements are there, but they're repetitive.
They're a little more repetitive. So yeah, here's some more examples. You've got an arch top window, and then you've got a square detail, that really just adds to it. And then it's hard to tell, but our 2 architects can tell us what this is called here. It's the
I call that the
soldier.
jack arch, almost, or
It's the stacked soldier, and they fan. There's a term for that. I can't think of it. But anyway, there's a lot of really good details on these buildings that make them really feel like separations.
So are these just precedents that they're using?
Yes, this is what the inspiration is.
Got it.
but this is what they showed city council.
Yep, this is what
So-
city council approved.
And so the condition for city council is to look like this?
Yes.
Or similar to this?
Well, similar, yes. It doesn't have to be exactly this, but take those elements and, bring into their elevations.
Are there any other conditions that we need to consider?
I don't think so. I'll look through it, but I don't believe there are, because you're only looking, again, just at the elevations of these. They've already done site plan, they did landscape as staff, all that. So you guys are just seeing elevations on this one.
They do have a requirement that one of the shelters will be right in front. It'll be talked about.
Okay,
Okay, so Kathy's gonna give you some thoughts on get some help for some bus shelters, and one of those is going out on Haynesbridge right in front of this.
yes. I see
Okay.
that on their site plan, see that on their site plan.
So the intention of the inspiration is that they do not look like townhomes.
I don't know that the intention is that they don't look like townhomes. The intention is that they have a lot of great detail on the Old Milton side and details that you necessarily you don't see in this elevation.
Maybe those are revealed in the council conditions.
Yeah, because I think that, the inspiration photos, they don't look like townhomes, right? They look like attached, single-family
Yeah,
homes, and they're all
okay.
different, right? But
Yeah.
what they're actually showing looks like townhomes because of the repetitive nature of the.
So I guess in that definition, then the answer would be yes, they're not supposed to look like townhomes.
Okay.
Where you're right, you have so much of the repetitiveness, you just kind of maybe swap one in the middle and move it around. This is meant to be, along Old Milton, to be a little more individualized. So you don't really catch that in this elevation. You do a little bit, but, like in this example, they did bring that cornice or frieze board down quite a bit, but this eave, to me, looks really narrow. And so it sort of doesn't give that grandeur to it that I think is missing. You don't see any of the corner features. We don't have any of the coins, not that we have to have the coins, but that's just another feature and then we've got one color brick, skip a building, one color brick, skip a building, one color brick. So just too much repetitiveness. And we'll let the rest to them.
So all we're looking at then is exterior elevation.
Exterior elevations and
and
materials. Yep,
for this application. Okay, very
that's
good.
that. I didn't make 9 o'clock, sorry.
Okay, any questions for Brett this morning? All right, there being none, I'll adjourn the workshop session. Let's go get our coffee cups filled, come back. Let's get started in 5 minutes, so say 9:15 with our public hearing. Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board public hearing. Today is Friday, July 19th, 2024. Welcome. Just a gentle reminder for those that have their electronic devices with them, if you will silence those for us, please, or turn them off, one of the two. Anyway, all right, first order of business is roll call, and we've got all board members present and accounted for this morning, so welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. And if we'll rise and face the flag, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, do we have any items from staff this morning? Anything from, we have our Community Development Director with us this morning. Good morning, Ms.
Good
Cook.
morning, and thank you for your time this morning.
All right, very good. Okay.
So this morning I'm presenting to you two different bus shelter choices for the downtown. These are specifically what we'll be installing in the downtown. Outside of the downtown, we've been working with the CID, which is now called True North, and they have an actual program where they will install the bus shelters for businesses. They will pay a portion of installing those, and they're more of a contemporary bus shelter. So when the council approved funding for 3 bus shelters in the downtown, which are not part of the CID area, we wanted to make sure that it was something that was different from the contemporary bus shelters that are being installed outside of the downtown. Now we have 3 locations that we're looking at installing the bus shelters. And one of those is behind the library along Haynes Bridge. The second location on Haynes Bridge is right at the corner of Haynes and Old Milton. And then the third location is right in front of Park Walk 2 that you just looked at that development.
Kat, I'm sorry to interrupt. There is a site plan that shows those locations.
Yes,
Can you,
and we could probably bring that up.
just as you talk about that.
And so the funding that council approved was for 3 bus shelters, but then we did have the public hearing for Park Walk. When he went through, that particular developer agreed to build his. So we'll actually be funding 2 from the city. But what's approved and recommended by the DRB this morning is what we will give to that developer to build also, so that they all match. Now, we included 2 different shelters in your packets, and one of them was depicted as green. We are looking for a black bus shelter, but we just wanted to show different images. And I'll show you the first one. The first one is what's called a Victoria, and I have a couple of different angles for this. And also, I'll tell you, they come in different sizes, so we have to look at how much right-of-way and how much room we have for each one of those locations. And so they'll be smaller than probably what you've seen at other locations, but still, it's good to provide some shelter for people that are waiting for the MARTA bus. And this is a larger version because you can see that it actually has the separation in the middle. So it could be that one of the smaller Victorias, if it was selected, would go at one location, but you would have, a very similar, same Victoria, but larger at other locations as we find out how much right-of-way we actually have to work with.
So Kathy, on the what you showed us in our package, the bus shelter is 3.5 feet deep and 10 feet long. So that looks to be the larger one.
This is the larger one,
Okay.
and this is a smaller one, which,
That's-
from what I've seen, it's probably going to have to be the smaller one at all 3 locations. But the one at the corner of Old Milton, we actually own the right-of-way for Norcross Street right at that corner. So it may be that we can cut into that bank and have additional room to put a larger shelter.
So both of the shelters come in multiple sizes?
Yes,
'Cause in the
yes. So
package,
you're
it
really
had a
looking
size.
at,
Okay.
Yeah.
you're really looking at the style.
After the style.
Yes, so this is more of a historic style. Here's another elevation of the same just a different view of the same shelter. So that's one, and we haven't looked at the seating options interior, but I'm sure they'll be black and then have the dividers, just small benches that we'll place inside. We've also looked at individual pedestal seats, but of course it'll be black, what we select to match the structure. So that's one. And then the other is a more typical with the hip roof, and it has a little bit of a decorative railing along the edges, but more typical with the hip roof. So we're just looking for guidance from the Design Review Board.
I agree with you. I think option one looks more historic and has more visual interest. This looks, you know, the second one, I think, looks a
Utilitarian.
little more utilitarian.
1980s.
Right.
Well, and I think the second one too, you can put like solar panels or something on the roof to help with the lighting, for instance, so that's why maybe it looks the way it
So,
does.
Kathy, who cares for these things? So in other words, when pollen season finishes up and there's all this finials and all this other stuff on the first option, and all that gunk starts gathering, who cleans these things?
The city does. It's
City does?
Yeah, since we install them and they're not the typical MARTA bus shelter, then we would be responsible for the maintenance.
So would that be part of a maintenance program to be
Yes.
instituted? Okay.
And these
That falls under
are,
Pete, I guess?
I'm sorry?
That falls under Pete, I suppose?
Yes.
Does he know that?
Does he know that?
Yeah. Probably the one that's in front of Park Walk. A lot of times we'll work with the HOA to see who wants to maintain it, but what we've found is usually if it's right in front of a development, they have, higher maintenance standards than sometimes the city may have, so it may be that we work with the HOA for them to maintain the one in front
Yeah.
on Old Milton.
I know Arts Commission, anytime you put in art, I'm learning this now, anytime you put in an art piece or a focal feature or whatever, they make sure that the HOA is managing and taking care of they have to put in a maintenance plan.
Well,
such-
Right.
I think we learned the hard way for that.
We did. And then also, we looked at other options because there's some cities that actually have a call for artists, and they have a different design at each bus shelter location, but it was very expensive to go that route. A lot of extra maintenance, so we decided that this is something that we just wanted to standardize in the downtown.
And you said there's 3 for this.
Thr- Right, 3 have been funded. Of course, there's additional bus locations in the downtown, so whatever we choose here is something that we would use throughout the downtown.
Do you have any idea what the count might be if all of them were to go in, regardless of funding?
I don't, I would say probably a total of 8, just guessing, but, there's quite a few on Main Street.
Okay.
Kathy, on that, the first one, the Victorian, the big one and the little one look really different to me.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
The small one has like the pickets on the bottom, and then the Victorian, the scroll work here on the roof. But the other
Oh,
one,
I see what you're saying.
the other one does not have that. Is that,
Yeah, so we would be, that's a good point. So if we did move past the smaller
Slide-
one, we could
slide it up.
certainly, we could certainly add those the scrolls,
Okay.
because that's a good point. It doesn't look as detailed.
I was kind of assuming on the smaller one, the reason you end up with that scroll work is the roof overhangs to give you a little more coverage, whereas the bigger one, didn't have that overhang, did
I
it?
don't, yeah,
the
it didn't.
bracket.
The bracket, I
feel
think that's
like-
why you lost the bracket, because the roof didn't overhang on the other.
Right.
That Victorian one it's got a lot of stuff just sort of stuck to it, in my opinion. It's got the things along the top, it's got the little bracket.
that's-
There's a lot of things stuck on there, it's just like, how many little Victorian objects can you paste on there?
It gives it character.
See, I kind of,
It's got a fun,
Makes it so weirdly busy.
there's a bold funness to this. Even, not that we're looking for this, but it's almost got a Parisian presentation about it. That
Right.
Makes it elegant. And that you're putting this at the entry to downtown is going to make a statement to people who don't hang out here all the time, that they have arrived in a special place.
And that was our focus, to try to, since we do have different requirements, of course, for architecture in the downtown, to also have a bus shelter that's very different, and that you've noticed that you've arrived in a different area.
I think the Victoria definitely matches the character of downtown a lot more. Like Pat, I'm not as excited about the fleur-de-lis, like the real frilly stuff, but I also like the smaller one. The big one just seems too chunky. It seems and too boxy, and I don't know. Yeah.
The one on the
But-
screen, the big one?
No,
that's a
it's-
small one.
No,
It's the small. I like the small one, the scale and the
that's
proportions.
the larger one.
Just seems like somebody's greenhouse or something.
It does.
But I
It
think
does.
this one feels good, you know.
Can we get the finials to be the logo for the city of Alpharetta instead of,
That would probably push the price quite a lot. Well, we can stick to the small one, which has the same detail, and I think, with current ridership, the smaller one should be large enough. Of course, we hope to see ridership increase. Of the three locations, the one that has the highest ridership is on Old Milton in front of Park Walk. But again, all three would be the same, and we can go with the smaller version.
you speak about, so those all three locations are official MARTA stops, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then tell me about, I see the average weekdays, 7 boardings, 5 alightings, and what does that mean?
Yes. So using it in the morning or traveling in the evening. So sometimes you have somebody they're only using it in the morning.
Okay, so that means there's, like, for Old Milton Parkway and Haynesbridge Road, number 3, the average weekday says 6 boardings, so that means 6 people
Correct.
board at that bus stop
On average, yes.
on average a given day. Gosh, okay, seems low, but
Right. And it can be difficult to get information updated from MARTA, so I don't know when they actually found that information.
okay, very good.
But yeah, I mean, just living in that area and of course working at City Hall, I've seen a lot of people that are standing at those locations.
Well, and I like that we're coming up with a standard too, because if you drive around Alpharetta, just down Haynesbridge Road is another bus stop in front of the development that's under construction right now.
The gathering.
You look at the Chick-fil-A on North Point Parkway that's near Visual Comforts, that's got a different type of bus stop. You look at Avalon, that's got a different type of bus stop. I mean, so it's nice to
Right.
just come to some sort of,
And now we've standardized those outside of the downtown, so we're looking to come up with a standard
Okay,
in the
great.
downtown.
all right, so what do you need from us, Kathy, at this point?
I think I've heard it. The recommendation seems to be the smaller one, that is the Victorian one. I don't think, yeah, it is called Victoria.
I guess the only thing I think the smaller one does look better, but I just have a feeling that's gonna be too small,
Really?
from a practical, so it's only 3.5 feet deep.
But it's,
And you got 7 people waiting for the bus on the average now. That's tight.
I think
7 people in that bus shelter.
Well, if
But
we,
not all at the same time.
Right.
It says average, right? So to me, average.
That could be-
each time
that
it's
could be all
waiting.
morning. But we can also, like I said, we have limited right-of-way.
That's the average week.
So we'll look at
Day.
or pickup.
what size is going to be able to fit.
Must be the same, it's all the same day.
the other thing to consider is you don't want to, with the giant one, you don't want to create like a big blockade in the right, and you still want the sidewalk to flow nicely, and this one you could circulate around.
Yeah, I mean, it has to fit wherever it goes, but what I was wondering is if the bigger one does fit somewhere, does the bigger one make more sense, especially on the corner of Haynes and Old Milton?
And we could, if we go through the planning and we have a larger area than we thought, then if we do plan to bring a larger one back, we can just bring it back to the
mean,
the DRB.
If they could make that smaller one and scale that up,
That's what
instead
I
of
was gonna
changing the
say.
style, right, of that thing. But
Keep the
I'm guessing
overhang.
when it gets bigger, the style changes.
Well, if it gets too big, it becomes a tiny house for somebody.
Yeah.
Or-
And then they
or
have
greenhouse.
they have different sizes, capacity for 3 to 4, 5 to 6.
Okay.
But I think option one is the one we like.
Well, do you want to take a little straw poll here? Not official?
That'd be great.
I got one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
And I'm going to go back to the maintenance of them. Are these funded to be cleaned by somebody, by the city? I mean, is there money budgeted specifically to maintain these things?
The city will be responsible for maintaining those.
But is there funding for it?
Well, I mean, you're looking at pressure washing and
Right.
cleaning, picking up trash. So we don't have, there's a general fund for that. We don't call out different funds.
Will there be trash cans by them?
Probably not. We're probably not going to look at, that's one of the things that takes a lot more maintenance. But we will look at locations to see if we have a issue where trash is being left, then we'll add that.
And I think the other thing too is, of course, MARTA usually posts their routes and stuff somewhere in the shelter, for instance, so it may
That
not
was
be
gonna be the
all
next
clear
question.
glass.
Are we gonna have posters and all kinds of stuff
Yeah, so-
put up?
Yeah, and that's another reason we wanted to install them instead of MARTA, because they do allow advertising. We won't allow advertising on these.
Just the route, like the map?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, let's just do this. I'll ask, is there any public comment about this application or about the bus shelters this morning? Any public comment? Okay, no public comment. All right, we're going to take a straw poll from the Design Review Board. All those in favor of I'll call it option 1, if you'll just raise your hand.
Is that what's on the screen right now?
Yes, just raise your hand. All right. Okay. Anybody for option 2? Looks like there's nobody for option 2. Okay, all right.
Great, thank you.
Good.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
for your-
time. Thank you, and
Thanks for your
input.
time. How soon do you think these will,
Is it a secret who liked which one?
how soon do you think these will be going up?
Well, they will be designed now in-house.
Okay.
Pete's group will actually design the site plan.
Okay,
So I think it could be within the next 3 months,
very good.
possibly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cook. Appreciate it. All right, is there anything else from staff this morning that we need to hear or talk about? Any upcoming events, any announcements, anything? Want to wish Ellie a happy, let's see, when's her daughter getting married? Tomorrow? Today or tomorrow?
I think it's today.
Today, all right. Hope everything goes well with that, with her daughter. So she's getting a new son-in-law as well, so new family member, all right. Are there any items from board members this morning? Anything from board members? No? Okay. All right, very good. Okay, let's get on. We need to approve the June 21st, 2024 meeting minutes. So I assume everybody's had a chance to look at those meeting minutes. I think everybody was present except for Mr. Rowan. You missed that, but you were here in spirit.
I was.
Okay, any comments about the minutes?
Yeah, I just had 3 very minor things that I unfortunately I didn't get to till last night. So I emailed them to Ellie. I don't know if we want to read them for the purposes of the minutes or if we can just approve, assuming she makes those changes. None of them were substantive.
If they weren't substantive, then you don't necessarily need to
Yeah,
read
they
them as
weren't-
long as
they-
she has them.
They weren't substantive. They were just like typos and that kind of thing.
Why don't you
So-
just go ahead and just so that we all know what you're talking
Okay,
about.
all right. The first one was on Tipsy Spoon, the motion that I made. It just says Vice Chair versus Vice Chair Schwing, like she normally puts in there.
Okay.
On Campania, item 4 in the motion says 2 inches versus 2 feet, had the double quote instead of the single quote. And on Vibez, the very last bullet in the motion is missing a parenthesis.
Okay, very good. Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I submit a motion that we accept the minutes from last month's meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Owens,
Second?
second by Ms. Palmer. Very good. All right, and I assume those are going to include those suggested
Yes.
changes by Mr. Swing. All right, very good. Any other comments or questions about the motion on the floor? Are there being none? I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the June 21st, 2024 Design Review Board meeting minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Minutes are approved. Okay. Oh, okay. All very good. All right, on to our first application this morning, and that will be Mammoth Detail Salon. Are you here? Come on down, or come on up, please. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet this morning, please.
Good morning, council members. Thank you for having me here today. Thanks. Do you need me to repeat that? Good morning, council members. Thanks for having me this morning. Thanks for your time. Appreciate you guys. My name is Jimmy Fred Tester with Mammoth Detail Salons in downtown Alpharetta. I guess Brett had showed you the photos earlier at the building. I probably should explain a couple things. That drawing is from Andy Anderson from Trainer, used to be HUD Architects. And that is a new site I'm going to build in Cumming if things work out. And I just used it as an example to show, because I'm sure you saw the photo of my current building, and that is a little different. But in essence, I'm hoping it'll represent very similar, so I submitted that. The colors are, I don't know, do you guys have color samples up there?
No, could we?
Can I approach?
Yep. Yes, please.
So obviously, what I'm trying to accomplish is we're going to build this building, and I wanted my two stores here in downtown to look similar and have some consistency across the board for branding purposes, as Brett had told you. The two colors are Urban Bronze and Amazing Gray.
Just pass those
And-
down. We can share. Urban Bronze, Amazing Grays.
And I know it's a no-no to try to do another white building because it just seems like we're being saturated with the white building. So we went with a darker colors. The awning is in that style. It's just an aluminum flat roof awning with a thin profile. It will hang over, and we were going to build a small knee wall around to kind of cozy that area up and make it nice for the customers. Right now, currently, the customers sit out there, and we have umbrellas, but it's still, the way the sun hits, gets pretty hot out there for the clients. So that's the intention of that. Outside of that, that was pretty much it. If you guys got some questions, I can answer.
Let's take a look at Brad, if you'll, there we go. You were reading my mind, okay. All right, so,
So Jimmy, I think just to help clarify a little bit, I think that awning's going to go right there, right?
Yeah.
Just above the window, below the sign.
Correct. So it would actually just be from the far left over to about where your finger is. Yeah, that's where that awning would be.
So right here.
And the other part of the building does angle backwards. So the portion we're talking about is flat with Old Milton Parkway. Or parallel to Old Milton Parkway, excuse me.
so, okay.
Are you keeping the existing awning on the
Don't-
right?
The existing awning should stay, and then the other one would jut out from where Brett is pointing.
All right, so help me out with the two color schemes here. Where is Amazing Gray? Where's Urban Bronze?
Sure.
You can-
Could you pull up the photo? So the bottom portion would be that amazing gray, and then the top portion would be that darker bronze. Currently on the building I own, it does have the urban bronze already on that canopy.
Are you building out, though, that parapet and everything to look like the other image you showed? Because you said the image you're showing is actually a different one that you're building.
Correct.
Actually, this one.
No, this will stay the same. The one in the drawing is for another building.
Yeah, so the one in the drawing, for example, shows slats, a slatted look going around the top. And are you adding all that, or are you just painting the brick here dark going up? See all that detail at the top?
We are not, I am so sorry, yeah. It would be just the bottom portion where the hand was, right? If you can go up, yeah, right there, that portion only.
Yeah, so maybe if you go back to the current picture and show, are you just painting, are you adding any detail at the top, or are you just painting the brick that's there?
We're just painting the brick,
Okay, so where does so the lighter gray stops where?
right there,
Right there, and then it'll be, and then you're gonna paint above that the darker color?
correct, to match across with the canopy.
Are you painting the cornice line and the precast medallions and whatnot as well?
Yes.
Is it darker color?
Yes,
As well as the background for the signage, that's going to be the darker color too?
yes.
All right, maybe I missed it. Where's the dividing line between the,
Here.
that's it.
Right where the canopy's gonna
Yeah,
go
where
again,
that
so-
different colored brick is, the lighter colored brick.
But then,
Everything below that will be the amazing gray.
Amazing gray.
Everything above it will be the urbane bronze.
Brett, can you go to the side elevation that faces, yes, over there on the right side? Can you drive us over there or,
Oh, nice.
okay? Because it's got a lot of other, yeah.
So it'll just follow this line right here.
We would continue all the way around.
Can we go back to the canopy? Because I'm a little confused on that. For the current building.
Where it's going,
Well, he said that, you said that the other one, the other one that's there is staying?
yeah,
Yes, the
so,
big, yeah, that's the canopy where we actually, oh, the black one, yes.
So you're gonna have a metal one and then
But you can't see it.
and then a,
It's like
Then that cloth, yeah, the canvas. I didn't have any intentions in changing the canvas. Can make a recommendation, tell me what you think I need to do.
you don't think it should just be one long?
it's the building changes. It's a different elevation.
The angle of the building there angles backwards, at maybe a
Yeah, so this,
20%, 15% angle. It's not straight.
so
That
this,
metal, well, I
Go.
guess it's more of a roof.
yes, for the patio.
It is a patio roof to just shade clients.
And it will come out from where the finger is out down to there.
Straight back, yep. Straight towards the street, where those umbrellas are.
I think it helps emphasize the main portion of the building. I think that's pretty good. The only question I had, or not question, but the difference between the rendering, which is a different building, is that, did you guys consider that application of those colors on this specific building, the top of the building where it's dark is a lot heavier. There's a lot more of it than the other one. I agree.
We didn't, we just went with, I just figured we could go with the same color scheme, but I see what you're saying. We could always follow down on the side view, though there's some columns.
It almost seems like if the lighter gray continued up to the next cast, would help not make it look so heavy, right?
That's kind of,
Yeah, if you
it's
took
hard
all-
to tell though without, but, I mean,
In other words, it would go above the canopy, just in that, between the two cast stone
So make
bands.
the cast stone up here the break rather than down here.
Yes,
Yeah,
The
so
other
make
thing is-
everything from the cast stone up the dark
right.
and below it the.
In the
light.
dark color?
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
we could
thinking.
do
That's,
that.
'cause I
have
agree with you.
no-
I thought the same thing. That's a lot of dark.
and then the
Yeah, it
fabric
isn't-
canopy, which is a nice kind of element sticking out, disappears once all that's,
If it's
Yeah.
all dark, yeah.
Then what about that last piece that's in the background back there, that's now sort of that tan color with the little arched cornice? What's that
Oh,
doing?
this up here?
Yeah, what's that?
That
Would we
would,
I would
keep
make
it
that-
that's
dark?
back, isn't
I
it?
would make
Isn't
that dark.
Oh, it's in the.
It's stucco, excuse me, it's stucco,
Stucco, yeah.
the substrate.
I think that would all be, yeah, that would be dark, which I think would help
Make it
make that go away.
And then what do you do with the sign? Is the sign staying the same, or?
You know what, I have a new sign, it's the same logo in white. And the letters I would have to change out to maybe I could do that amazing gray. No, we might have to do the darker letters.
You could
Because
leave
now
the
that
dark
that-
letters because it'll be a light.
Once you
Now
go
that
lighter,
that amazing gray's up higher, those would have to be dark.
yeah.
So I would think it's
Basically
the
just
same.
keeping it in the same place.
Yeah, same thing. Everything would be the same.
And it's still got okay visibility with the canopy coming out. You'll still have enough visibility of your sign from the
Yes.
street.
Yes.
Keeping the goosenecks?
What's
Or
that?
Keeping the gooseneck lighting over your
Yes.
signage?
I think that will also, if the lighter color is extended up, your gooseneck lighting will kind of pop.
Pop a little better. Yeah.
Have to change your address number.
Yeah,
Or
I'll have to
moving-
use white letters for the
That'd be
address.
lighter.
Or
Or the-
bring it down to right
Bring it
above the
down.
canopy.
Yeah, one or the other.
Or bring it down to the lighter color. Okay. I can do these things.
And then in the rendering of the other location you showed, you had ceiling fans, your intention to put ceiling fans?
I do intend to put ceiling fans. I don't know the rules on that, but
Right, and obviously there's going to be furniture.
yes.
Those things are normally things we would approve.
Okay.
Potentially, I mean, these are things we could delegate to staff to approve. So you
Okay.
don't have to come back here.
I just kind of feel like it just, the new paint scheme just kind of dilutes some of the architectural character that's there now. I'm not really sold on it, but that's my 2 cents.
If you bring the light color up, though, it kind of protects some of that, and it still makes it.
Richard, I gotta agree. I mean, there's a lot of different fenestration on what's shown now, and it just seems like it's getting washed over. I'm still not positive what's going where and what's being painted exactly, and, you know, it'd be nice to have this building shown with the colors that we're talking through here. I can't even look at the other one because it's only for colors, but I already got color samples.
I mean, I assume you also own or run the other,
Yeah,
on the one of corner of, let's see, is it Maxwell or Roswell Street?
Roswell Street and
South
9,
Main.
South Main.
And it's got some of the colors that I think you're presenting here, but it also has some of the natural bricks still in it too. So
Correct.
it's like,
I was hoping to do the same thing and emulate it there that I'm doing here. So whatever I do here, I'd like to, and then obviously on the new building, try to keep everything consistent.
I mean, one way to preserve a little bit of the the architectural detail is to paint the cast one color and the brick another color.
Yeah,
right?
if this,
That's good.
these two base brick were, or all of the brick, you
All
did
the-
all the brick in the light and then did dark here and dark here, then that would help line up with the canopies
Yeah.
and stuff, kind of make an architectural line through there.
Right, and you can't see it too well in the picture, but it looks like there's a cast water table or something around the bottom. If
Yes.
that were also the darker color, right? So you kind of be emphasizing those architectural details rather than painting them all the same color and losing them.
I like the dark, I agree with you. I think that just in the furniture that he's got shown here in the dark color, I think that
Yeah. Would
blends
also-
better at the
Also
bottom.
ground it a little bit, I
Yeah.
think, with the darker color.
You know, you showed the,
So you
in the image, you showed the wall being light. I would do the wall dark.
Change it to dark. I think that would
It's
help.
also gonna be a
Help
maintenance.
bring that weight of the building, what we were talking about earlier, how the weight was
Yeah.
weighty up top. It would help bring it down.
and I don't disagree that you need some shade out there, for sure.
Yeah.
For your customers and folks that are in, so that's a given. I'm just trying to understand.
I've never been a fan of the painting
Would-
the brick and then painting, it just looks like stripes to me.
Yeah, would it,
I don't like that idea, but
I agree with that. I think when you start painting just the horizontal elements, I think the rendered image for the other building, granted it's different architecture and scale, I kind of
Yeah.
like that. I think that looks good.
I mean, maybe the water table, but then when you get the little stripe and then that, then you're like striping it out and it just begins to look really weird to me.
And back to the wall, is that wall encompassing that whole space, or just the space where the new canopy is going?
Just the space where the canopy would be.
Okay. And then will there be like a sidewalk, will the sidewalk still be there or no sidewalk?
Yeah, it'll be-
Will that wall come to the curb?
We were going to leave a case opening on either side of the sides so people can get out and people can get in from the outside, excuse me.
Right, now I don't know what happened.
That's
Sorry,
what
that was me.
No, that, what they're looking at, I'm about to bring it up. This is your other building.
Yes.
Yes. So that's those.
Sorry, Ellie.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the other building?
No,
No,
no.
no, he's just.
All I'm gonna say is, I don't have enough information on this building to know exactly what you're doing to make an informed decision myself, unfortunately.
Well, how about something, Eric just made a suggestion, maybe, I don't oppose the canopy. I think that's gotta be done.
I think it's great, yeah.
And the
Yes.
colors are great too.
The canopy color scheme is gonna match the darker colors on the building, so I don't have any issues with that. I'm kinda like you, Pat, what's going where?
When it comes to architecture,
Well,
visual.
Well, what I think he wanted to do was clear. I think what he wanted to do was clear, right? It's above the canopy, it's dark, I think. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not hard to understand, right? But we're trying to propose different options because we weren't really, right, I think.
well, above the canopy is there's much more substance
Right.
on the existing store
Right.
than what we were seeing in the rendering. So-
But in his defense, I think it's clear what he wants to do. It's just, are we
Yeah.
okay with that?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to answer your question on the knee wall, so if you can imagine it being under the canopy, on the sides, we would leave an opening for people to walk through. And then the knee wall, of course, is going to be small, but some people need to leave out where the cars are being finished, and people can walk out from the door into the canopied area.
Almost a safety barrier.
Yeah, yeah, kind of, I think it cozies up the place a little for those
And,
customers under that canopy.
The column's gonna be like the metal.
Yeah, I assume they would be the aluminum columns, that color.
Have you picked that out yet, the canopy, of who the manufacturer is, for instance?
I don't know the manufacturer, but I do have a contractor who's going to do that.
Okay. We've got one coming up next.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Sounds like we maybe have some mixed feelings on this, but
Well, can we go back to, what's the thoughts on the second proposal or the first proposal that said we take the lighter color up to that second cast band? And then that's where the dark starts?
so how far up you're talking about where?
So the second
go-
cast stone would be dark from there on up,
The cast stone there would be dark.
right, there on up, right?
But right underneath it, which looks to be
The brick.
would be
Right,
Light
from
color.
that brick on down would be light.
the gray.
And then along the side there, it's that top part of that, those stucco panels.
Yeah. Just above the,
And and then I would
Details up
say
here.
follow that line across.
yeah, this line continues down the side, basically.
And perhaps we still do the base in the dark and the wall, like we said, because that kind of grounds with the darker color at the bottom.
Yeah, and there's a detail to follow all the way around, so that's what I sort of followed, was the base,
And
then
the
you got the
top.
light up to the cornice, and then dark above it.
The dark at the bottom gives it a good visual platform.
Yeah, I agree.
It weighs it,
Brings it
the
down.
bottom weighted better. And then, so we'd have the bottom, the urban bronze, the amazing gray up to the cornice,
And
and then the
dark above.
cornice up, amazing, urban bronze once again.
And what
How
about-
do we handle behind the signage? If his new sign is white?
There's, our logo has changed and it's just a white, it's the same M, everything's the same, it's just white.
I think
as
it's-
opposed to
But if it was on the amazing
That would be dark as well. Everything.
white or gray, how does that stand out? Like that sign, this plate behind the sign?
It's
You
got a
got the
black.
photo of the
background.
other
It's
building?
got a
It would be black?
It's got a black,
What,
rim, or what is the word I'm looking for?
There's a photo of it.
Frame.
But like this, the behind the sign.
All right, there's a little sidebar conversation going on. Eric's taken his iPad and tried to,
Is that the same?
What about the dumpster? Brett,
He's got a white
It
sign.
would be dark.
Yeah,
I would say paint the dumpster all
the whole
dark.
thing, the urbane bronze.
and then you got the monument sign too.
You're not gonna see it.
Which, yeah, the monument sign is basically the base, so I would say you would just probably do same thing, just do dark at the bottom, light, and then dark on the top.
Okay.
Oh, I would do the whole thing dark.
I think either way would probably be
Go
good.
either way.
I mean, because it's going to contrast with the white background.
I'm glad you pulled back with this image because at the same time we're enhancing all of this, we want to clean up the layout of that stone so that it has a consistent crispness about it.
Okay.
Instead of being wavering.
Yeah, I'll talk to Joe Archer, started that. I need to get with him.
There's Eric's attempted.
Beautiful, all right.
2 seconds scribble.
Yeah, here, put that
Oh,
over
gosh, please don't.
You got an A in art, didn't you?
Hey, thanks.
Well, you have to like it. That's the most important thing.
Okay, thank you.
What, can you put it on the overhead, James? Or what do you, oh, you're gonna plug it in? Oh, wow. Okay. I think so.
Yeah, that's what we're,
It looks much better when it's smaller on your screen.
Yeah.
this is
You're
amazing.
absolutely right.
This is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, no, I think that's, yeah, what I'm envisioning from the conversation.
And then, I don't know if some of the more detailed could just go through staff.
Yeah.
I've lost all respect.
Yes, I know. I just lost my architecture license.
It's been renewed for another year.
But then, of course, do the trash, the garbage containment, maybe that urban bronze to kind of hide it back there, and then the sign either or.
Yeah, I think the sign is kind of on its own background.
There's one other factor that I noticed in Brett's street view that he brought up, and that's the rooftop unit. I know you can't see it here, but you can certainly see it from some other vistas, especially from Old Milton Parkway. I wonder if there's a way we could paint that the urbane bronze.
Oh, the brick section up there that's supposed to be hiding the unit?
Yeah, go see if Brett can get us.
There is a brick section.
There you go. Oh, go back.
Well,
Oops, sorry.
right, but to see it,
Yeah, there you go. Bingo.
or, you can't see it from the road, though.
That's, yeah, you can see it from the road. Well, further up the road. Well, that's looking straight on. Come
That's
down.
that's his view right there. I mean, his property line's here. We can't, you know,
But I'm asked, maybe there's a volunteer, he can help us out here to, see, bingo.
So are you suggesting maybe painting the unit?
Or part of the unit, yes.
'Cause
Just make it-
structurally, I wouldn't be able to build anything up there.
No, I don't, I
Paint it
think you
dark?
could just paint it. Those units come standard colors and we
paint it dark.
paint it urbane bronze and it disappears or helps
Yeah,
disappear.
okay. Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other comments about the application this morning?
There was a dumpster is what we talked about.
Yeah, it's in
straight-
the back
You
corner.
can see it straight back there, straight back down the drive-in.
And he said that whole thing would be urbane bronze.
Would be our brain bronze.
Okay. Okay,
Try to craft this in a motion.
all right. Before you do that, is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? No, okay.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 2400026, Mammoth Detail Salon. Motion to approve the application with the following conditions. Up, the water table on the building and the knee wall, the new knee wall, will be in the urbane bronze. Then Amazing Gray will start above the water table up to the upper cast band. Starting with the upper cast band, everything above that will be urbane bronze. Applicant will also paint the air conditioning unit on the roof in the urbane bronze. The monument sign colors will match the building. The dumpster will be painted in the urbane bronze. Ceiling fans on the patio and furniture will be submitted to staff for approval. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Rowan.
And I'm going to just add a clarification. I intentionally said the monument sign to match the building with the intention that it could either be the gray or the bronze or a combination of the two.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, very good, thanks for that. All right, any questions or comments about the motion on the floor? All right, there being done, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all opposed. 1 opposed. All right, motion passes 6-1. Okay, thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for your
Appreciate
time.
it. All right.
My apologies for not having everything perfect for you.
Eric was. Okay, our next applicant this morning is Couch Construction. Come on up or come on down. Thank you for your patience this morning. Let's see, Jimmy, do you need your paint sample back? I guess he doesn't. We'll assume he doesn't. Okay, very good. All right, good morning.
He'll bring it up.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Darden Couch. I'm the owner of Couch Group, formerly known as Couch Construction Services. We are proposing to repaint our building and also bring in some branding and architectural elements in our signage. So that's our site plan. I think Brett spoke about that back building. It's the one on the south right. The building we'll get to in a second is north, and then of course our main building is there in the center. So the top left is the north building that we spoke about. There was a question about that star. It's actually an applied element. A couple of things. It's part of our new logo. It's also a big gray space that we wanted to kind of break up. And also, our guys wear safety orange, so orange is also one of our colors. So we brought that onto the back building as well. It's actually about a 3/4, 1 inch thick PVC painted star. The sign on the front of the building is installed over in our current location, and it is it's sort of reclaimed lumber, and it matches that logo 02 in the center, and that's also PVC with relief. And on the far right of that same bottom right is our current logo, so it's not used except for just for reference. And then the paint colors are in front of you and listed there. So all the trim, gutters, downspouts will go that tricorn black. The main body is the iron ore, and then that, disregard the first word there, the obstinate part, but the obstinate orange is on the star and part of the star in the logo, which is in our main sign, our main blade sign, our main monument sign, which Brett, earlier, we used to be on the street, Hopefully they'll go back there one day, but right now it's up next to the building. That's the mock-up that Brett referenced on the back of the structure right now. So you can see that P1 is the tricorn. The P2 is the iron ore, and then that P3 is that orange. And that's existing. Our current signage lives just below that light on the left north building. As Brett referenced, our current sign sits back and center, and then there's another sign on that back building. We're going to replace that with the other star. And then, of course, I do have some reference photos from other structures around and on Main Street. Had that same kind of color scheme for reference. And I think that's her. Any questions or?
What are you pointing at? Hey, Darden, that, the little shed, or the one that says shed office, can you even see that one really from the street? The one with the
You
door?
kind of can see it a little bit, but not, it kind of peeks out a little bit on the.
Will you even see the orange star really from the street? I mean, hopefully people are watching where they're driving and not looking at your.
No, it kind of, if you look on the site plan there, I'm sorry.
It's, you lost your
Yeah.
screen.
Sorry.
There it is.
Got it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's set back pretty far.
You have it? I don't see it up there.
You don't see it there
No, I don't see it up there on the screen. Okay. Sorry. Well, you can kind of see it peeks out, it peeks out a little bit past the south end of the building.
Do you have a pointer that you can, or something that just?
Right here.
Go to mine.
Right here.
Okay. It's right there.
So you won't really,
You don't really see that.
when you're driving or anything?
No, you don't really see
I hope
that
you're- I
building.
hope
You
you
might
can.
see 10, you might see, 8 feet of it or something. You don't see it when you're going south for sure. When you're going north, you might see it a little bit.
Just
back
like a
there.
flash of it.
One of the items that's pleasing to see here is your use of color. That iron ore color is nice, because we got just inundated a few years ago. Everybody thought everybody needed to be white.
Yeah. And I did too.
And you're not, your building isn't brick, which makes a difference with applying color to paint to brick, but
It's actually board and batten, but
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so you don't suffer from us seeing somebody painting brick, but maybe you can start a trend here. This is a great color.
okay.
This is a
That's
great
not
color,
painted. That's
and
not
you've got
painted.
some nice examples of good-looking houses on Mayfield Road that are gray. So you guys might be setting a trend here.
Yeah. I'm just going to offer, though, that I'd like to see more contrast between the two colors. I'm just afraid it's going to look very dark.
I actually went to look at the mock-up, and if you could go to the mock-up slide, when you're actually seeing it, I was going to mention that the photographs really don't do it justice. There is a good bit of contrast between the window color, the trim color, and these.
I was just going by the paint samples. The paint samples look
Oh.
very close.
It
looks lighter in the picture.
If you look at the mock-up, which is it's a 4-sheet on mop, you can see the actual contrast. It's a pretty good bit of contrast.
The trim pops pretty good.
So you thought in person it looked.
Yeah.
Especially as the light hits it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good bit of contrast. It may not look like, what I presented is a architectural colored rendering of a photograph.
Well done.
I mean, it's a pretty accurate rendering. But, like Eric said, he actually saw the mock-up. I made him out there. That's actually the mock-up there. You can see it's a pretty good difference.
I personally love it.
Yeah, I think it's great too. Thank
I'll
you.
defer to
Because
my
there's, I
colleague
mean,
who saw
just
it
in
in
that
person.
area, there's like
Yeah.
7 white or light cream painted buildings, and I appreciate you coming and asking for permission before you do it.
I just think it
As
looks
opposed to
rich.
forgiveness
It
or
just looks really rich.
I know this might sound like an overstatement, but it almost, looking at that lower left image makes me almost want to walk in there and just feel what it's like.
Yeah. And, you know, that reclaimed lumber is actually carried into the building as well. The stars are carried into the building. Our walls, we've rebranded our interior. You know, we've got orange walls that are the same color. So, you know, it kind of, the outside carries in. Our conference room wall is now the iron ore color. You know, that same reclaimed lumber that's on that wall, on that sign is actually carried into our break room. So we reclaimed that from the marine layer at Avalon. So I'm a big adaptive reuse kind of guy. So,
I think I have to agree with Mr. Swing. I was hoping that the iron ore could be a little less dark, I guess is the right word for it, and help things stand out. I mean, you look at what's there now, there's a pretty good differentiation between the body of the building and the trim colors. And I'm just thinking that that same theme can be carried through, and how do you get a lesser dark iron ore to bring a little bit more contrast there. Otherwise, it just seems to all become kind of a dark mass, as much as I hate to say. Because this building's got some interest to it. The board and batten provides a lot. You know, you get some, I just feel like it just gets kind of washed out.
Can you go back to the existing photo?
It's mine.
we'll take it back. You want to take a look at my existing photos or theirs?
No, we got it, we
Looking
got
at
it up.
that up on the screen, looking at the roof color, the roof stays the same, right?
Yeah, it's a gray.
How can we go back to this? Oh, I got the
It's
rendering
actually
here.
black. It just looks kind of gray in that picture, but it's actually black.
Yeah, the rendered makes the roof color look
It's almost like a
2 or
charcoal,
3
isn't it?
tones darker.
Yeah, it's not that dark in reality. It's lighter. It's a lighter gray. Again, that's an architectural rendering of a photograph.
So it's almost, you know, there's almost gonna be 3 colored elements. in
Yeah,
here.
that roof
Color,
is lighter in color and,
Yeah.
and,
You get the tricorn and the iron ore color.
So are you painting the actual windows themselves too?
the
Is there-
window trim will be black.
The window trim, but the actual
The
windows
muttons
look to be-
the muttons will go away because they're white.
You just
So
take them
you
out.
can't really paint half you can't really paint, if they're applied muttons, they're not in the glass, or not, so those are actually, they're just applied. They're just,
You're going to pull them off?
they're just snap in, they're just snap in muttons.
So it'll look like this window in your mock-up.
So the inside of the building is white,
Okay.
body color, so to have like, to be able to paint those buttons, you couldn't really cut the line on them, they're just,
No, that's looking
3/8
at
of an
the
inch.
actual window frame.
Oh, the actual window frames are the tricorn black, just like the mock-up shows, if you look in the bottom right.
Look at that bottom right
If
where
you
you're.
look in the
yes.
bottom right there,
Yes, that's a black window.
yeah, that shows the trim, that's got the trim color on it.
The trim, but the window itself is black.
No, just the crossbar.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
framing.
we painted the framing of the window and the trim, yes, sir.
Oh,
Yeah, we painted the exterior of the window, which is PVC, it's painted black as well.
that's going to be
So
painted,
that'll be-
okay.
Yeah.
All
to
right,
match
because
the
they're
trim.
white now.
They're white now, yes, sir.
Okay.
I think, when you look at the before and after, I think it's a great improvement. I mean,
I agree 1,000%, you know.
it just seems so much more inviting and, like relevant to now versus maybe
Yeah, well,
6
yeah,
years
he's
ago.
in the business of building out and making things look beautiful, so you want to stay current with trims, which is this, and not the white and grays getting really tired. I think this looks fabulous.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and then how about the star, which is apparently an applied, what's it?
Oh, it's an architectural element. It's PVC, it's painted. It's
Okay.
probably 3/4 to 1 inch thick. It actually, if you look at the actual picture, you notice the battens don't go through it. So it's actually on the outside, so it's actually got relief.
Okay, so there's one
So
on
it's an
the
architectural element. There's one on the left building,
left
on the
building.
north building, and the one on the rear So one on the front's a 4x4, and the one on the side building's a 2x2.
And that, is it going on the door of?
It's going on well, actually.
Is that a door?
That building, you can't really, you wouldn't know, but the whole front of that building, half that door to the left slides.
Okay.
So that building is 32 feet. That door on the left is 16 foot. So behind that door is storage.
Okay.
So
But that
that door slides across the front of the other. So the building goes, it goes like, it has a big slider, big barn slider type.
So all right, which door slides where?
The one on the left slides back right.
So it slides over the star?
It'll slide over.
But it's not going to be,
But
they don't
it's
leave it
never
open. I've never.
No, it's a
seen
barn,
it
it's a
open.
barn slider, so there's a gap.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah, so,
understand the,
yeah. And back to your comment about the gray, we just wanted to put something there to kind of break that up. And, if it was one elevation, it would maybe want to have been in the center. But because the elevations, you can't really put it on two different depths, that star, it wanted to be on the right.
Let me ask, can we go back to the existing photo one more time from the street view, or? Let's see where that star's going on that.
It's right where that
So-
Jeep, that Jeep is.
Uh,
Yeah.
It's set back.
I don't know why I can't get mine to, trying to get mine to come down. Technologically challenged.
Ooh, that Jeep looks funny. It's got 6 wheels.
I've got it there if you want to look at
Nice
mine. If
Jeep.
you want to pull mine up. Yeah, there you go. Mine's got a little bit more of a front shot on that. There you go.
Oh, that's still the same.
So if you look to the, you'll see that dividing line between the two front doors. That's that break I was talking about. That door on the left sits proud about 4 inches.
In the interest of time, can I make a motion?
before you do, let me do one thing. Is there any other board comments?
I had a quick question. Are we not approving signage on this? Okay.
Okay, very
Don't
good.
need to.
Molly, before you do, is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? All right, no public comment. All right,
Mr. Chairman, with regard to DRB 240027 Couch Construction, I make a motion that we approve as submitted in a motion.
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Ms. Palmer, a second by Mr. Rowan. Any comments, questions from the board this morning about the motion? All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all opposed? 1, 2. All right, motion passes this morning. Very good. Thank you for your time. Very good. Okay. Yes. Okay. Before we start with the next applicant, which is Visual Comfort, are you here, Visual Comfort?
Yeah, yep.
You're here, okay. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, but you can come on down and get set up, please, for us. So we'll take a quick 5-minute recess and then be back to get started with you guys. 10. All right. Hey, thank you, Darden. Good to see you, yeah. You live right next to the Zolls. Oh, yeah, do you want your, we need to save one for the staff. Okay, okay, good, thank you. Thanks for being prepared. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome. We'll end our recess and get started with our next applicant. And our next applicant is Visual Comfort this morning. So welcome, good morning.
Thank you.
You'll make sure you introduce yourself, speak into the microphone, and then give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
My name is Timothy Douglas. I work with the architectural firm that worked on the Visual Comfort project. I'm a licensed architect in New York State and originally from Bowling Green, Kentucky.
All right, welcome. Welcome to the Deep South.
Yeah. Thank you. So here we have the site plan. The building faces North Point Parkway. It's Suite 210. So you see it's kind of an L-shaped building. One side faces the street, one side faces an adjacent building, and the other side faces the parking lot in the center. Here you see a rendering of the facade that faces the parking lot. And the idea here is to replace the existing glass, no other exterior changes other than signage beyond that. The existing glass now is, it's pretty much the same layout, but it has muntins subdividing the panes of glass. So the idea is just to replace it with clear glass to make it more visually appealing and more fitting with the function of our retail space. When this space was constructed, it was intended to be used as a restaurant space. That was in 2020. And then with COVID, a restaurant never took the space, so it was vacant for 4 years. This is the facade that faces North Point Parkway. And again, it's just removing the existing glass and replacing it with clear. This is the facade after replacement of the glass. You can see the product on the interior. We are also proposing an opaque vinyl coating to the area of window above the existing awning there. And that's because when you attach the light fixtures to, there's like a unistrut system. So you don't want to see all the nuts and bolts of the attachment of the light fixtures, essentially. The ceiling height is such that if that vinyl were not there, you would see, the edge of unistrut and nuts and bolts and conduit and that sort of thing. This is the facade that faces the adjacent building on the site. And again, no changes other than the glass and the vinyl.
Timothy, when you say glass, you're taking out the storefront, the metal storefront pieces too, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
So you're taking out the whole, but now are the openings changing, or are you leaving the openings as they are?
It's the same dimension.
Okay.
Yep.
So these two storefronts that you showed us so far, they're intended to be display windows?
Correct.
To display product?
Correct.
Okay. As that's rendered here, something like that?
Right. I should mention too, really the main entrance will be facing the parking lot, and that's this elevation here.
Right. Okay.
So the one question I had was the width of the aluminum framing members is going to be more narrow than the adjacent buildings?
I believe it's
I know
a
the
similar
patterns
dimension.
changed, but
Yeah, so there's more subdivisions currently, but the members themselves will be a similar size.
like 2 inches.
Yeah, something like that. And then this is the facade that faces North Point Parkway. You can see the signage there and the new windows and the vinyl decal to hide the unistrut grid.
Now, this one is not a display window, even though it's shown as a display window. Because looking at your floor plan, it looks like there's a conference room here.
Right, so the conference room is lined with cabinetry that has light fixtures attached to it. So there would be a conference table, but you would still see product beyond it.
Okay, can you speak a little more to that? I didn't quite understand what you meant. There's going to be cabinetry. Because if this, if it's all this clear glass, right? We don't really, from the main right-of-way, North Point Parkway, you really don't want to be looking at a conference room, right?
Right.
So what's inside here becomes very important.
Right, so you would see a conference table, but the entire enclosure of the conference room is lined with product. And it's basically like an area where a customer could come in and they could be presented with product and also, look around the room at product that's displayed on the walls.
Would that screen wall be there that you're showing in the rendering? Are you proposing a screen wall, or it's just open to the conference room and then product, you're saying product around the outside?
I think, Frank, there's maybe a solution here in that maybe that first lower base becomes a blank panel or a blackout panel, kind of like what we've done in some of the maybe even restaurants. So you don't see people's legs, you don't see below the table, you don't see all that stuff that's not really very appeasing, very good looking.
Yep.
So maybe that's a blank paneled, like almost like a spandrel panel glass or something that you can't see through at that base, along the base there.
Like 2 feet up or something like that?
So what's the purpose to black that out?
So you don't see you're going to see conference room table, you're going to see chairs, you're going to see the stuff down below this is kind of meant for a display window. I agree, but it's a conference room is.
Because I think in some ways, from the inside, it's nice to have the floor-to-ceiling glass. And I don't think, even though the renderings show like a very clear view inside, there's going to be a lot of reflection. I don't think you might see where you have the lights because they're pushing light to the outside, but I don't really think in reality you'll really see that much from North Point Parkway as far as the table or, things like that. I was going to ask, with respect to the transom, not the transom, the clear story at the top of the film, that film would be applied on the inside to create the spandrel?
We had proposed both sides.
Because that might have a wearability issue and a UV thing. I've mostly seen that the spandrel applied on the inside.
Or the film.
The film, yeah. And also, it also creates more continuity in the glass from top and bottom and reflectivity. And when you put the spandrel on the outside, the film on the outside, it also creates different reflectivity. Right. So,
is the showroom going to have a hard ceiling?
I'm sorry?
Does the showroom have a hard ceiling?
Yes. Well, I take that back. So portions of it do. The center portion is unistrike grid.
So what? I mean, obviously it was designed and thought of as a full height window. Why not just raise the ceiling?
I believe
above
we're limited by the joists and fire sprinklers and that sort of thing, ductwork. The air handlers have to go up there.
Can it just be a different type of glass rather than blacking it out or pasting over the glass like a spandrel? Is that what it's called? Kind of like what we were Chick-fil-A when they redid their drive-through. They wanted to change all the glass from seeing into the kitchen and all the back. Can it just be a different type of glass that's opaque rather than trying to black it out or blank it out or add an opaque sticker to it?
Yeah, the advantage is it still looks like glass.
It still looks like glass, and to Eric's point, yeah, you're going to have that reflection from on that glass, the clear glass, and it still keeps that reflection to it. It still keeps that effect, if you will. But I'm not a fan of just putting stickers on glass to black out what's behind it?
I just think it would look fine to be clear glass up there. I mean, it's a lighting store. You know you're gonna have fixtures and you know you're gonna have potential.
Above the ceiling.
But all
I
of
think
the,
that's what Timothy's saying, is it?
So put the heart above it.
Put the what?
Put the heart above the things. I
I mean,
mean,
the original building design has the ceiling above that, obviously.
exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Wasn't built to, you know, somebody thought that it was gonna work fine, whether, maybe it was designed as an open ceiling building and now we wanna do something different, but I don't think that requires us to sort of, to Pat's thing, requires us to make concessions to now bring down the feel. I think the height of that glass and seeing light through there at night is
I agree.
very key.
Yeah,
And-
I agree with that too.
I also feel that, and I might be looking at this the wrong way, but all of the display lighting is going to be dropped, and the unistrut you're talking about is going to be above the light source. So you're going to get some ambient light coming through there, which will be good, but I don't think you're going to see unistrut and wiring and stuff. I think it'll be okay, but is there any uplighting?
Potentially, you know, there's some globes and wall sconces. There's like an outdoor display area, so that might have some uplighting as well.
I think that lighting's going to change all the time based on what they're displaying, right? So who knows how the light's going to shine?
Come on up, if you're speaking to the microphone, please. Introduce yourself and then.
My name's Nicole Carey. I work for Visual Comfort and Company. I work in the construction department of our store, of our development. Do you mind if I pull up some of these?
No, go ahead, help yourself, help us understand.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do already have a store in Buckhead, Atlanta, and we can certainly bring those up, and those are going to be already established stores. We did a renovation recently, and we did some similar things here where in other storefronts, and I think we have a couple of slides further down that kind of show the other, you know, storefronts that we've done in other cities. This is very much with our brand. We like to be very consistent with our brand. We started in Savannah, Georgia. Our first store out of Savannah was Atlanta, our Buckhead location. So we're very tied to the Georgia area, and we really like, you know, our Georgia market here.
Ma'am,
So-
I'm sorry, could you step just a little closer to that microphone? Thank you.
So the purpose of the blackout, like we said, is the unistrut. So we have these open ceilings so that you can look at the lights and not feel closed in, right? You know, here you have the lights, you're able to look at them. The ceiling is going to be an open ceiling. The hard ceilings are in the bathroom, so that's not even, you know, really an issue here. Everything will be painted white for the ceiling so that you can really, all you want to look at is the lights. That's what our masterpieces are. That's what they're going to be dropped down. They're going to be, you know, visible to everybody. The whole showroom, even in our bathrooms, even in our conference rooms, we're going to have product displayed for the customers. We want as much light and as much product as you can see in here. The purpose of blacking out these top portions is to be able to hide the conduit, the unistrut, the nuts and bolts, the things that are not visually appealing to our clients.
Can I ask you to zoom in on that picture?
I'm trying to, and let me see.
Actually, James, can you switch to mine? Yeah.
She did it.
Yeah.
Just have to slide it over and slide it down a little bit.
So while we're at it, just real quick, so the customer inside the store can see all the nuts and bolts and all that stuff.
Right.
You just don't want people to see it from the outside.
Well, it
I
just doesn't
understand.
seem like it really enhances kind of any experience from the outside.
Gotcha.
So the unistrut and everything can't be above those windows?
No, just with the restrictions of the actual height of the ceiling. You know, we try to go for in every space that we have, you know, really tall ceilings so that we can kind of bring that away from the customer. But this is.
Does everybody here understand what unistrut is? No.
Let's see.
It's like a stop
There's-
sign.
I see something else.
I think I do, I just can't give you a definition.
Regardless of the unistrut, I see something else happening here. If we're looking at this elevation, set back just a little bit, there's a punctuation that happens at the top of that fenestration that makes a bold statement into that entire window system. And I see that punctuation giving more emphasis to that display than if it were not there. If it were not there, we'd be looking at more light and more fixtures and such. But there's something I see happening with that focal point,
Sure.
to have that band at the top of that window. And it works nicely to do that. I see an advantage in keeping that.
Thank you, yes.
I'll add that I think that the comment about film sounds unappealing, but it really works. Like if you buy factory-made spandrel glass, it's essentially the same thing. And as long as it's only on the inside, you're still going to get the reflectivity. You're probably going to get the contrast between the framing and the glass that you want. And to speak to what Richard was saying, it is a break point, you know?
In fact, looking at this, I'd love to see.
Mr. Chairman, your mic's off.
Thank you, Mr. Drinkard, appreciate it. I'd love to see a horizontal member in the storefront about 24 to 30 inches above the finished floor there. One is, I think you have to have some sort of barrier so that people don't walk into the glass from the outside. And two, it kind of gives it a more of a water table, and then would provide some consistency if we do the same thing in front of the conference room, if you follow me. See, that's got, yeah, you look at the storefront there, on either side of the pair of doors, you've got about 30 inches up, you've got that horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
So I can see that. Gives a little, and it kind of fits in with the character of some of the other storefronts that are already there as well.
Yeah, but if you darken that, that's going to completely change it.
I'm not saying darken it necessarily on that elevation.
I think
it's
it looks better. Staff thinks it looks better to have the glass all the way to the floor. I agree with Mr. Rowan that it feels more like a display at that point. But one thing that I wanted to do just real quick is just to further. I'm not really sure why they did this, but James, if you can switch over to mine real quick. If you look at, this is the image that they provided. So you can see in here, and yeah, there'll be a conference table in here, but it's fine. I'm sure it's going to be a nice table. It's for their people to be in there. So, and they're going to have product in there as well. But since this is the front, I understand that you're bringing your customers in through the other way, but it's also intended that this is a front for a customer.
Mm-hmm.
So if you just zoom in on this, look what's up here. Look what's up here. All the nuts and bolts, all that stuff. So I just feel like this just throws it off to me. I mean, it's
when you say throw it off, meaning
throws the visual off when you get back out here. Now it makes the whole thing look short.
It's like a little top hat. I kind of agree with that.
top hat. But if you think about what we're talking about, you got bar joists back there, and they've got what they call the unistrut. So those are the
bar joists. They're not in front of that window.
No, but then you've got obviously.
They would be everywhere. They're across the whole ceiling of the store to be able to hold up the lights.
Brett, I might add that to speak to what I was saying before. Once again, this is a rendering. I think that with creating a spandrel glass there, it'll not be as stark as what we're looking at. I think with the reflectivity on the outside, it'll have a little more continuity and not be quite as much of a contrast, I hope. I mean, I think. But,
yeah. And I agree with you. I'm not an architect, but when I stood back and looked at the building the other day, the white brick is a lower portion of the building than the red brick. And so you're going to even create more of a
compression,
bringing it down when we darken that top. I just feel like because so much of the light's going to come out below the canopy.
In the nighttime, Spandrel has glass.
You don't
No?
see
You don't see
anything.
it?
They're
So,
talking full
Now,
black.
In which case,
now,
I'm-
film, you would probably get some light.
You would?
Well, if you did a
Depends the-
obscured
Yeah, the
film
film you
on the back,
used.
you'd get light, but you wouldn't get, but it would still contrast with the clear glass, but you'd get light through, but you wouldn't get.
More of a dark
And what if it was like a frosted kind of glass?
Well, that's kind of.
That still has light illumination from inside that you illuminate. I like your top hat comment, by the way.
We would also
I'm
suggest,
sorry.
No, it's,
like a gray, like, what's that gray color called that everybody likes?
I think it has to-
Agreeable gray, so it'll be a much lighter, it'll blend in with the brick a little bit more. And so it'll look more like a brick type tie-in versus a
I
top
like the
hat.
glass breaking through the canopy in general. I think that.
And if you think about, Mr. Kramer, your option in this elevation to hide the bottom, so now you're only going to have, what, 4 feet of glass?
It's a conference room. It's not a display, it's a conference room.
It's
the
both.
front. It's the front.
Well, they're putting a conference room in the front.
Maybe they change the floor plan a little bit if you don't like the conference room, but it is the front.
And nobody's going to be able to enter in there.
They have to be able to.
They will be, yeah, that'll be an unlocked door.
Well, unlocked, so you want people coming through your conference room to come in?
We use the word conference room, like we'll do before sales meetings, before business opens. But it'll be a space where you can have designers, where you can have customers come in and talk about the lights and have, we'll have a TV where we can bring up different renderings of the buildings and stuff. So conference room, it's also displaying a lot the products.
It's a customer space, right?
But-
Yes.
But you look at, where do you park? Where are you parking to get to this store? On the other side, you're not gonna walk around to this. 1 out of 10 people will come through this door. I know it's made to look like it's supposed to be the front.
It's pedestrian. It's got a 12-foot sidewalk in front of it. It's going to get another sidewalk in front of it. It's pedestrian.
It's the sidewalk at the door right there is 3.5 feet wide. Then you drop down to the wider sidewalk that's closer to North Point. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we make this? How do we keep it? You keep the double doors there then, to make it look like it's the main entrance. That's what you
Do
got
other
there now.
storefronts on that street have a main entrance on that same parkway?
It's more made to look like a main entrance. I think for the most part, people are entering from the parking lot side. I mean, perhaps in the future, when North Point is completely done and there's more pedestrian traffic, that may change, right? I think that's the point.
Yeah.
We're moving in a direction here where
Sure.
I think we're gonna have more people on the sidewalk, more pedestrian traffic, so it may shift over time to be more of a main entrance.
Right, and the next thing that I wanted to bring up that I talked to some of your architects about before is, and we've not even addressed it at all, but the red brick suite over here is yours as well, and is not accessible at all.
It is the landlord's space. That'll be the shade store.
Yeah, it'll actually be a display window for another tenant.
Yes.
It'll be a display area.
Okay, well, it could be that, but it also has to be able to be an entrance.
Okay.
So maybe that wall is inside at 5 or 6 feet inside, and it's just a display wall. It's not a blocked off thing. So I think there's some other workings in here that maybe the landlord wasn't necessarily aware of when the thing was designed, because this was not the landlord when this building was built. As well as the shade store, which is, I know it's not yours, but they're proposing to put a sign back there, and they're not going to be able to do that because that's not their suite.
Sure. We do have the landlord here to be able to talk on this if we do want to discuss that further.
So I'm a little confused. We're talking about a shade store.
The shade store is the next door, but not behind here.
Wait,
So they're so let me go to the floor plan.
Okay.
It's like they're putting a wall 3 feet in front of it, I think.
Yeah, I see that. That's right here. So what's the shade store?
So this is the shade store.
Oh,
Okay.
so that's, okay, but that's
This is
not
the shade
in-
store. This is the red brick building right here.
Yes, I understand. All right, so the shade, we're not talking about the shade store.
We're not talking about the shade store, but I think we have to because this tenant has this frontage.
Well, that's a display area for the shade store. If you go to the architectural plan, I can show you.
There's like a 3-foot,
I understand that, but that can't, that has to be an entrance.
oh, it's not. And on
It's
this
not an
plan,
entrance, no.
It's like a full display.
It's a full
3-foot.
display window, and
Right.
it can't be that.
Scroll down one more drawing, because you can see the actual floor plan. This is the demo plan. Next one down. Oh, one more.
I told the people that were designing this one, it was on their plans. I've told the people that were designing this wall, this can't be like that.
All right, scroll down one more drawing, Brett, if you can, sorry. There we go. See, that's what they're proposing. So that's why I was trying to figure out what the shade store was,
Yeah, the shade store is this.
is shaded.
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the other shaded?
That's their display.
Oh, that's not in contract, though. That's what it says in that little.
Right, the
little
gray
bit.
shaded at the top would be their display window.
That's strictly for display. That's not an entrance anymore, according to this plan. It's just.
But you're saying it needs to be an entrance? Okay, well, that changes.
But wouldn't that be, I mean, that's outside of your scope. That's not even your tenant
Correct.
space.
Right. Well, I mean, it is. This is them.
Oh, I thought it was excluded.
Yeah, but I think they're saying that little space is not in their lease. That's maintained by the
It's
city.
not.
Right.
However,
Right. That creates a problem.
creates a
Okay,
problem.
now, knowing that you have to provide public access on the North Point Parkway side of the building, how is that going to change your floor plan layout?
It will have to go through redesign. We'll have to resubmit with permitting. Everything's already been approved, so that will significantly hinder our ability. We've already started. So the initial plan for this DRB purpose was to get rid of our muntins in our storefront. So this will significantly change our plans.
Okay.
Before we close, can I just throw out kind of a comprehensive thought for the board to consider?
Yes.
And this is how I see it. Personally, I think that the spandrel glass at the top is okay, and I think that you'll still achieve the overall view of it. And I like how that's broken up. I understand that for a retail store, this was formerly a restaurant, that the broken up facade doesn't really work well for display. And even though it's breaking some of the continuity of the surrounding buildings, I understand that you need to have big display glass to merchandise properly. The one way that I think that you could create some continuity with the adjacent buildings is to just change the mullion, the aluminum storefront framing, from the 2 inches to the 4 inches, just for, not changing the design, but just for the vertical members, to reflect that to create continuity with the other buildings.
Okay.
And then make sure that the storefront is the same color.
Mm-hmm.
You see how all the adjacent buildings in the development have 4-inch verticals?
Sure.
I can't even speak to the storefront thing next door because but that's how I would propose to create continuity between the sections of buildings while still achieving your goals as it relates to being a merchandiser, and display. Personally, I don't have a problem with the glass continuing full light to the ground on the north side Parkway side, but that's all I had to share.
Yeah, Mr. Rowan, I agree with everything you said. I think there's been, on the transom though, we have opinions everywhere from leave it clear to, black it out, right? I mean, there's a middle ground here that says just a heavily tinted glass, so some light comes through, but you're not easily seeing everything behind. I mean, there could be a middle ground here
Yeah.
that says,
Like a
you know,
staff approved, like.
yeah,
and
just
if
a tinted.
We say, instead of transparent, translucent.
Mm-hmm.
So you, the full light comes through, but you don't see the images beyond it.
Yeah, so I mean.
So would
somewhere
that be
between.
frosted in your mind, or would it be translucent?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Yeah.
But it would be all on the interior side so that you still get the same reflectivity. on the
Reflectivity,
exterior.
right.
Sure.
There's another element happening here regarding the planting. We've got a shrub line there that is inconsistent. I think it's because some of that has died. But if that shrub line were to continue across, we'd lose a third of your elevation of display. I propose, I don't know who would be responsible for this or how it would be directed, but if we plant something to the left of this image we're looking at and to the right of that image and use a bold ground cover in the center there, then you'd still be able to see the fenestration that you want to display show off your wares.
So
Somebody-
rather
somebody
than
might
that,
throw out some comment on that.
rather than that dark panel at the bottom that Mr. Kramer was suggesting, do it with landscaping.
No, I'm not suggesting we do it
Continue to
with
work.
planting. I mean that we don't want to continue a shrub line across there that would take away a third of that
You're saying we
elevation.
don't.
That's my proposal. Whoever would be responsible for that, I don't know.
So there's actually a wall, a little knee wall out in front of it.
Okay,
Yeah, you can see it in the photo there, a little, it's pretty low.
yeah, I picked that up now. Yeah, pardon me for not walking the site in my preparations.
Yeah.
Right there.
Just very small.
I see.
So with that in mind, I would suggest that we not put any planting that would exceed the top of that knee wall.
Sure.
Seems like the bigger issue here is this
I-
entry issue, right?
I think making sure that there's entry for public on this, for this storefront elevation is gonna change what they're thinking altogether.
Yeah, I don't know how to address that, because it's not in their scope, but it's their scope is impeding the ability to enter, and I don't know, how we deal with that.
I think we can, I think staff can deal with that portion. I think if, I think if you guys just do the glass change and whatever you want to do with that, I'll look at the landscape plan and see what was out here. You know, the landlord we haven't released the whole site yet, so, you know, there's very likely plantings and things that are going to get replaced and do some different things there as well.
Gets released at time of full occupancy?
The site plan the landscape plan would get released before the last CO.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it hasn't happened yet.
To my knowledge, it has not happened yet.
So you're suggesting we approve the storefront changes with the conditions that we talked about, and staff will deal
Yeah,
with?
the other stuff
Staff will
we'll deal with.
And if it has to come back here, then it will. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, we just do the storefront changes.
And the sign, well, do we need to look at the signage?
No.
No.
It's already done.
Yeah, all done.
Yeah, staff approves that. Good.
I just think there needs to be a few horizontal members in the storefront, more than there is, but that's my. Okay, before you start anything, I'm gonna ask for public comment. Any public comment on this application this morning? Okay, no public comment? All right.
So just before we get into motion, the conditions that I had notes on was that the transoms would be a heavily tinted glass with the film applied on the inside, and that we would have 4-inch vertical mullions. Was there anything else?
I would use the word translucent because that'll let full light.
Mr. Rowan, your microphone, please.
Sorry, I would more, I guess, accurately use the word translucent, which lets full light through, but not imagery.
Okay. Okay. Did you did public comment?
Yes.
Staff does need to look at this landscape.
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
It looks like half of it's dead out there.
Yeah, I was looking, I think you can see sort of.
You see
some bushes that
stubs for
used to be there,
grasses, and
yeah.
you see
So,
Yeah,
sticks for shrubs.
it had a long period of time without any maintenance, a long period of time, where the builder went away before it.
Sure.
Yeah, so,
so I'm going to ask the applicant this morning, if you'll listen closely to the motion that's going to be made, and if it gets approved, to make sure you're
Yes,
kind
of
of in
course.
agreement, so that we're all on the same page
Yes.
here. We're all on the same storefront. How about that?
All right.
Okay?
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 240030, visual comfort, a motion to approve the storefront changes as presented with the following conditions. The transom glass above the canopy will be a translucent glass with the film applied on the inside. And the vertical mullions on the storefronts that are changing will be 4-inch wide mullions. End of motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Corkle. Okay. Questions, comments?
Okay, a question. Is it redundant to have translucent glass with an applied sticker to it? Or is it not? Do you need both?
For clarification, the translusiveness comes from the applied film.
Like you could have a blackout film that's not translucent.
Okay.
There's different
So it
films
wouldn't
you
be
can
the
apply.
glass itself.
So the idea behind it is light comes
Light
through.
comes
Some
out,
light comes through.
images don't. I had a question too, or comment. When I said 4 inches, that was an estimation. It could be 3, just to match the existing vertical members.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
Of the center.
So clarification
Of the
would be
center,
to
yeah.
match the vertical mullions on the adjacent building.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Good point.
Okay, all right. I'm asking the applicant now, what are your thoughts on the motion? Just
Seconded.
Okay. Third. Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments about the motion? I'm still kind of thinking. All right, there being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay? All opposed? One opposed. Okay. Motion passes 6-1. All right, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, appreciate it. Very good. Okay, our next applicant is Tequila Mama. Are you here? Yes, good. Come on down. Come on up, please. All right, can I add some color to this? Okay, all right, we can. Tequila Mama.
Sure.
Okay, all plugged in. Oh my gosh, all right. Thank you.
Yeah, yes. That way you can flip freely if we're not on the right page for you.
I can't, I have to print something.
I miss the days of crimping, like sets and sets and sets.
Ooh, that'll give you a workout.
Yeah.
Better than running blueprints. That was the worst.
Yeah. It will be on.
Definitely.
It didn't pick up your thoughts, does it?
Not yet. We don't know about AI.
Are y'all ready? Good morning. I'm Tyler Gaines with High Point Residential. We're a subsidiary of TPA Group that is the master developer. So I was just going to try to, I've seen different parts of this project over the course of it. So just going to give you some context before the architect started to talk about the actual building. So y'all have approved the overall zoning of the entire master plan development called Lakeview?
Yes, the zoning's been approved
Yeah.
a long time ago,
Yeah.
so yes.
So then the townhomes have come in, Toll Brothers, the multifamily building is done. The retail component, we've been actively trying to lease for the last several years, but as you can imagine, the retail tenants, until all the other stuff is in, they don't get started. And then I think the other part is this component for us, because it faces that green space that, again, y'all have seen and improved, is now built. If you've been out there, is trying to go find an active use that really activates the site. I think the other part was we'd made a commitment early on to go try to find a tenant that was a two-story tenant. There's not a ton of retail out here compared to like a downtown Alpharetta or an Avalon, and so trying to make sure we find the right mix of activated tenants. So even last year we brought those retail concepts in for those buildings to make sure that we were in the same ballpark since we hadn't shown it to you in a while. So this is an actual tenant that we have that is an operational user. We've done other deals that they've been a tenant with them. They have a two-story space at their location in Buford. And so we're trying to take kind of this tenant, our product, and the overall goal of this to go merge them here. So we're going to let the architect talk about the architectural parts of the building, but from the overall master plan, trying to go activate that park that has been there, tie it over to the multifamily, because this use will probably need about 150 parking spaces. So the majority of those parking spaces actually are in the parking deck. The Alpha Loop isn't in yet, but we've in our parking deck, if you drive out there, we can have a pass through our building. Our hope is over the course of time when it goes in the backside of the project that people do, come in from a lot of different ways. And then the Haynes Bridge side is then also trying to be architectural as well. So as we're looking at the architect, I think trying to the context for us of this, we hope this use becomes kind of the heart and the kind of the really active driver for the other retail to go take off. So, but there's a lot of architectural challenges. You got a lot of different faces that you're trying to get face on this project. So,
okay, let's take a look. I'll tell you what. Let's start with the site plan if we can. That'll get us oriented and everything like that. So whoever can address that, we can.
I may start with the site plan then.
Okay, very good.
And then when we'll get to the building. So here, this is the overall site plan that was approved in the zoning. Just give you some backdrop. The multifamily building is in. This office building down by the lake is in. The amphitheater is in. Toll Brothers has started construction down here on their parcels. They've just got their first couple ones in framing. This office building pad, they're still trying to find a tenant for it. As you can imagine, office leasing is not really opportune time to be doing that. So this is the front retail corner of where we're talking about today. Haynes Bridge, and then Lakeview. And then so as we zoom in, as was talked about earlier, this is Haynes Bridge coming this way. The multifamily building is right here. We have two future building retail pads out there. We've been in talks with a couple of different kind of market coffee shops out on that front corner. And so this building when it's, eventually all done, will be kind of buried from the street a little bit, that these buildings will be kind of blocking that drive-by traffic, but as it sits today, it'll be very, very visible. And then, oops.
So now this site plan you're showing us is a little different than the one you just flipped back to.
The other one was the original zoning one that was the overall zoning, and this is
what you're proposing. Okay, because I know back in June of last year, we actually looked at 4 buildings in this little quadrant.
Correct, and so the first 2 on the right were the same. With this tenant, we ended up having to merge, in order to, we were talking about two tenants, and then when we found this tenant, the square footage they needed to go get the upper deck, and that's one thing when we're coming in the master plan developer, when you actually get the tenants that are operating it, they needed a larger footprint than the individual 2 buildings. So those 2 buildings did become 1. Square footage is about the same of what we had, but it was over there, and that's where, with that, before we kind of had a break in the building about right here, if you can see that one. And then when we combined them, we decided to slide it off a little bit so that we could create kind of a plaza gathering area out front. And then also some of that back of house space, it's a hill, so it sits down in a hole. So by pushing that building back there, I think it kind of forces that your back of house stuff down in a hole, so you see over, we think we see over a little bit better. And then again, we've got this is the entrance to our parking deck. We did do kind of a big plaza pass-through that will cut through the Alpha Loop eventually, and we've made that really tall and airy. People parking this parking deck will spill out over here, so trying to kind of give people, since they have to go across the street, I don't think a lot of traffic will come in there just because that's a one-way entrance, but that there's a little bit of a off-the-road gathering area, so it's not just road sidewalk directly into the building, and so it felt like that's what we wanted to go to.
And point to us where the Alpha Loop will be entering the site, or where do you see it? Aren't they? I thought they were doing some sort of tunnel, if I remember right.
I'm going the wrong way. Wilson, you gotta make this
below the houses.
It's gonna be on the back.
That's what I get back.
Alpha Loop.
No, show this one. Oh yeah. So the Alpha Loop will be on the back side of the apartment building. Okay. We put we have like a 10-foot wide sidewalk that goes through here, cuts through our building, and right here we have this dog wash bike storage area, and then a kind of a open corridor to tie to it right here. So I think people actually end up coming and parking on our deck and kind of using that as a drive-on space. So that's something we really try to work a lot on, so that when it did get in, there was kind of a open corridor to go pass through. I think a lot of people will also come get here and just walk on the sidewalk around, or spill up from this kind of amphitheater and go back that way. But we did try to, and if you go in the parking deck, we kind of paint this kind of big kind of environmental graphic signage that kind of says Alpha Loop Restaurant, so when you kind of get into that space, I just feel like in these mixed-use environments, you kind of get people in parking decks that get turned around a little bit. So, but that's on this backside over here.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, so that's actually off screen to the bottom of the page on the backside over here. But this was where the pass-through would be. I do think naturally people will probably come and spill back over there. And so with the site plan, we're going to come back in with the landscape hardscape plan primarily because there was some feedback. We went from 2 buildings to 1 building, so we were like, hey, I do think getting the landscaping and the kind of plaza areas right is really important. So we didn't want to, until we got approval on kind of building location, some of those other pieces, and we'll come back next time once we have that feedback.
What's the grade? Is there any grade difference between the green space and where this building is going?
No, that green space we are trying to, and if you go look at their other concept, we would like these. These are bar seats over there, and we have a pull-up bar. We want that to be right on it so that you can be sitting at the bar, and then your kids can be at the kind of green space or out there. So we want that to feel like an extension, exactly on there. Yes. Okay. And then if you see this retaining wall here, this Lakeview Road sits up like 15, 20 feet, but all of this and that stage sits a little bit elevated, but that relationship we want to be completely flat. Yeah, and if you look at their other location, they have a draw. We may come back in when the next time we go propose. They have a turf lawn at their other space, and they just have like just a hump added into it, and it's just crazy how when you put a hump of turf somewhere, like every kid in America just has to stand on top of it. So yeah, and so that is an area that I, if you look at their other space, has just become, and so. Yeah, and again, I think when the Alpha Loop is there, the lake is there, that amphitheater is there, I think we would create a lot of life here without as much square footage by getting that right. So,
so if I'm a customer coming into the restaurant, I guess if I'm early enough, I get a parking spot in that kind of middle area right there. If not, I've got to go into the parking deck.
Yes, and this is about 50 to 60 spaces in that place, and they, like on a Saturday night and things like that, it's 150, 200 people. So that's where, lunchtime and things like that will be there, but I would say the majority of their space is going to be over there. The last plan that we submitted, they had showed parking coming in and then looping. The parking loop looped back out through there.
Yes, it did.
I should have known that was going on. I don't, with that plaza out there that is set, when you're doing that, you're making your main plaza a part of your parking circle loop, and so we disconnected that because I feel like we want that plaza to feel nice and pedestrian, and the more curb cuts you have. So we went back to the original plan of having that, so.
Got it, okay.
But yeah, the parking deck will be by volume.
Because if you think, I think retail, isn't that 10 spaces per 1,000 square feet, Brett? I think it is. I get that. So you need 10 spaces for every 1,000 square feet of retail. So if you got 10,000 square feet of retail, you're going to need 100 spaces at least. Parking spaces.
Yes, and they as a user, there are other location that they use and need even above and beyond that. So wow. with our other retail tenants, we've got a Pilates studio and another exercise studio in, so we're trying to make sure that some of your other retail uses that are there don't go do it. We do want the other front end corner to be another restaurant use, and then same thing on the front, something that's more of a coffee early morning type use, so that you're able to. Even though by code it would work out, but just we're still they are with that rooftop bar, their parking need ends up being a lot.
Got it. Okay, very good. All right. Obviously, so you got your dumpster area is kind of to the plan north, I guess you call it.
Yes.
Why don't you just?
So we moved it over there. We may when we come back next time, we even want to slide that back so the face of that sits a hair back. It's obviously trying to go get access back over there.
Okay.
But it is, and we put a few pictures in here from this. As you can see, this Haynes Bridge, or is this Lakeview Parkway goes up. So all of that area is down in a hole over here. So you don't go see it from the street over there, and then. But we do think our rooftop access kind of will be visible from up here. So actually, when you kind of drive by on this Haynes Bridge side and you look over there, you'll see the life and see the restaurant, but it actually will be the second floor that kind of visually appears like it's on the ground floor. And then as you go down Haynes Bridge or coming the other way, you'll see the two-story of it. But that's why we chose that location, kind of ducked over there.
Yeah, and I think when you come back with the landscaping plan, we're going to be looking for good screening of this dumpster. And you're a little further back with it now, so you should be able to get even more screening. Right?
This picture at the bottom, I don't know who that random person is. That may be me.
Somebody in the audience.
It doesn't go show. It's down in a hole. But yeah, I think for us, that's where going and planting stuff. And I think by going and planting things that are in those kind of probably those tall holly-ish type range will keep you from looking down and be really dense, but also then be able to be sized and planted that'll let you still go see the life up top that you want to go see. But it's
good that it's got a roof on it too.
Yeah.
I was going to ask with the roof, I think it's good as well, but have you guys checked with Waste Management to make sure that they can accommodate both the turn that you have to make as well as the roof? Or are they like pull out 8-yard dumpsters?
Yeah, they'll have to go in, pull in, and come
Okay,
back out.
but they could accommodate that?
Yes.
I know Cobb County requires a cover over your dumpster, or they.
That's gotten super common. I've signed more change orders to put roofs on dumpster enclosures in the last 2 years than I have in my whole life. So
It looks a lot better.
Well, people.
And the odors.
The health department's the ones that's triggering it, because they say when the rain water washes, fills it up, you're washing your trash in your thing. So it looks. I'm not going to oppose, or I'm not going to support that because it's expensive. But but it's coming from the health departments. It's not coming from the architectural design.
Okay. Any other questions about the site plan at this point? I guess we do need to approve the new site plan for this quadrant area.
Yeah, you may want to run through the building, and then at the end, we can do that, so it kind of ties back into there, because you may change your mind, but we would like your input. I think like you were talking about the grade right there, with that's over here. Our part of that landscape plan, we would like to, where we have some of that, those lower grasses, actually even around those trees, kind of turn those into paver so that they can spill directly out just in that middle section. But that tie-in connection is really where all the action is going to happen.
Okay.
But as you can see, well, this is blocked up right here. That right in the center of the tree, that's the entrance to the parking deck. That's kind of facing out to over here, and so that's where we pulled that building back out, so you kind of spill over and have a bit of a kind of outdoor plaza, kind of waiting-ish area before you got into the building. So.
Okay. Let's get to the
All right,
building.
let's get to what y'all came to talk about.
My name's Holden Spate. I'm with Gentle Works in Atlanta, and yeah, so this is it's always a design challenge when you have a building, when you have a restaurant, which has obviously a disproportionately large infrastructural footprint to support the program, when also needing to consider a four-sided, or actually in this case a five-sided, if you consider the roof as the fifth facade, where everything matters, every edge of this building matters. There's an interior program that needs to be accommodated that's exciting. It's this vibrant place. There's a lot of seating here. And the building has to sort of, the facades have to sort of absorb and resolve the needs of that interior program. But we also have all four sides of the site that are also pushing on to the facade. So I want to take you through kind of how the facades are addressing the exterior and interior kind of conditions and requirements, and attempt to try to bring those things together in a way that's thoughtful and works both interior and exterior. So if you see the floor plan here, just kind of for reference, the green space is just kind of above in plan north here. Obviously it's almost like an extension of the interior. We've really tried to design that facade to allow the interior and the exterior to flow between each other. There's garage doors, there's the bar that has seating on the exterior. That's a really informal kind of relationship between interior and exterior, and the design of the facade expresses that and facilitates that. Plan West is a little bit more of a formal facade because it's the entry. It's also got seating, a little bit more formal seating, so when you're looking in the window, you'll see kind of folks sitting at banquettes and tables and things. There's a little bit of seating on the exterior to kind of continue that program on the exterior, but the edge is a little bit of a harder edge because it's a little bit more formal, and that's because that's where you enter the building, both from the parking deck or from the parking lot, or again, to Tyler's point, we've really tried to double down on this kind of interior street, as a public realm. We've gotten rid of that curb cut, so that side of the building tries to accommodate those two needs. The planned south side of the building is really where the back of house is, and that's both on the lower level and the upper level. Believe it or not, these guys sling so much food that they have to have an upstairs kitchen, or it's kind of a minor kind of version of the downstairs kitchen. There's a dumbwaiter between the two. This is like an industrial operation for putting out Tex-Mex, and it's awesome. But so that means, we've tried to kind of efficiently gather that into one spot so that we can use that wall, both, as kind of, it's the wall that doesn't have as much fenestration, doesn't have as much activity, but we can still kind of project the program of the interior to the exterior on that side through branding and other colors and things like that, and things that will be visible from Haynes Bridge and from the parking, which is a little bit more of an automobile scale of experiencing the building. And then on the Lakeview side, as Tyler mentioned, we've got this grade that we can work with. Lakeview's streetscape is a very verdant streetscape, so the landscape screening and the grade change allows us to let that facade kind of hold some of the real back of house. This is the upper floor. Again, smaller kitchen, but still there. We've stacked bathrooms in one place to try to not have too many dead moments of the facade. We've also expressed that to the exterior, which I'll show you in a second. We've got an elevator back here too that's another kind of opaque element that just has to be there. We've pulled the stairs out into the landscape so that they really do facilitate kind of a connection between interior and exterior. And then the upstairs seating all facing the green space to kind of activate that. A louvered roof for a lot of the roof is actually, it's an electronic roof, so it can let light in and breezes and everything on a nice day, close up on a rainy day. There's an opaque roof for part of this roof, and that allows us to hide all of the kind of guts of the upstairs. That includes ductwork and rooftop units and so on. This is a little diagram that just shows how we'll conceal all the ductwork. So you really just see this very clean roof structure system. And then everything's kind of hidden. These are massing views, which we'll go through kind of quickly, just to kind of give you a sense of sort of what's solid and what's void. This is that corner where the entry is, so from that kind of interior streetscape that I mentioned, you actually have this kind of entry lobby that has doors on either side, so you can come in from parking, or you can come in from the structured parking, surface parking or structured parking, plus the stair that comes out and kind of activates that space. This back of house is all kind of back here. But again, where we can, we open up the building so that you have visibility and you can get sort of the activity projected onto the facade and then visually from the street. This is kind of also from the streetscape, but from the other corner of the building. It starts to open up quite a lot more. This would be your view coming from the parking deck. Looking from the green space, again, much more open. And then this is looking from kind of the north part of the green space where there's a stage. We start to get more towards the back of house, but again, all the activity of the green space is kind of down this way, so building's responding to that. This is what that back of house looks like if you're in the parking lot. You really won't see this view very often, but it just kind of shows sort of how we're trying to mass this thing out to try to de-emphasize the things that are less desirable, like the roofed dumpster enclosure and so on. This is kind of suggesting that idea of the screening plus the grade that you have fitting in there and just sort of like allowing the things that are at a lower level to kind of diminish from the view shed a bit. The materials that we're using, it's really a simple palette, and it's not really materially, it's the same that I think you guys reviewed in June. The main difference is that we've incorporated the branding colors of Tequila Mama to project, its use and its kind of vibrancy out towards the further view sheds, like from Haynes Bridge and from the street. And it's a corrugated or standing seam metal that we've kind of played with the scale of it so that it doesn't feel so monolithic, both at the kind of stacked bathroom blocks here, allowing that kind of, that sort of closed, opaque, what needs to be an opaque wall, allowing it to be a little bit more exciting. Also raises above the roof to allow us to hide rooftop units over that kind of solid roof where we'll hide all the mechanical ductwork and everything, and then the elevator again here. And then, of course, the branding moment kind of in the middle. Again, that's where the kitchen is, so it needs to be closed off, but we're trying to, again, kind of create a synchronicity between the site need and the interior program need. We're using a lime-washed white brick for the brick, and we'll play with some of the brick detailing too. It's a modern kind of design, but we're trying to kind of scale this building down as much as possible to kind of a human scale. These are the facades looking from the green space and then from the two shorter sides of the building. Again, the grade line is about here on Lakeview, facing the streetscape and then the green space.
The lime wash brick, that's a factory applied finish?
Yes, it is, yeah. And then we'll choose a mortar that fits with it. So it'll feel like a painted brick, but the lime wash just has a better performance for the brick in terms of moisture. Also allows it to have a little bit more of that texture that we like.
So the mortar will
match. Yeah.
Complement or match.
Yeah, we want it to feel kind of monolithic. and it'll let the branding colors pop a bit. This is just to give you a sense of interior colors. It's playful. You'll see these because it's a very highly fenestrated building. You'll see them through the window. But the building, of course, subdues a little bit some of the branding just to those major elements. This gives you a sense of that bar that actually opens up completely, garage door type openings. And really this whole facade kind of can open up on a nice day and just spill into the green space. Oops. And as Brett mentioned, the same thing with the upper level. These are like kind of guillotine windows that'll open up completely on a nice day and can close up when it's rainy. So the building just kind of can breathe and respond to whatever's happening with the weather. This is kind of looking at a bird's eye from the other side of the building, from Haynes Bridge. Again, that streetscape view, just with some of the colors, kind of the massing from the parking deck, the bar, from the stage. The screening idea, which again, you guys will review later with the landscaping, but very much that's the concept. So yeah, if y'all have any questions, I'm sorry.
Yeah, why don't you jump back? I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
we'll jump back to some of the elevations we saw.
Sure.
Again, just walk us through from ground level to the roof, the different
Absolutely.
materials, just so that we can.
Sure.
So take, maybe, yeah, there you go, start with
Yep.
that elevation.
And I've also got these four. So from the parking lot side, and I think Brett mentioned signage. This isn't necessarily the final signage that'll be submitted later, but we're showing it sort of illustratively, something like that that would project, use that wall that has to be opaque. But yeah, you've got the lime wash brick that's kind of broken by these pieces of standing seam metal that's painted in the teal, that's the branding colors, broken up.
Make sure you speak into the microphone.
Oh,
There is a handheld one.
Hold
this for you.
Oh,
there you
thank
go.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, so you've got the lime wash brick broken up by the masses that are concealed behind the standing seam metal, which is in that teal color. And then, I mentioned, we're trying to scale down the sort of monolithic quality of those larger volumes by playing with the scale of the corrugated metal.
So now you mentioned also standing seam. That's a lot different than corrugated metal.
It's standing seam, not corrugated, I'm sorry.
So it's, okay, so it's all going to be standing seam?
Standing seam, yeah.
Okay.
In the corrugations, it's harder to get much of the kind of variation when you're using like a sinusoidal or other sort of corrugated. They make those, but this would be a standing seam.
So,
yeah.
so what you're doing then is changing the spacing of the ribs,
right?
The standing seam ribs to
Exactly.
make that variation.
You got
okay.
it. Yep.
Because I've never tried to put standing seam and corrugated metal together,
Yeah.
horizontal or vertical surface, without something leaking type thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
seams every.
It'd have to be a rain screen if we did it, but no, that's not what
Okay.
we're necessarily
All right,
proposing.
that's- so
There
it's-
would be another seam that kind of catches the seams.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Thanks for pointing that out. This is an actual example of one.
okay, so it's corrugated. So it's
Standing seam.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, at the transition between the changes in the rib size, how do you kind of make that where water can't penetrate? Is there a closure piece that's going to be a band, or is it going to be? I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to detailing that just yet, and we have a facade consultant. But I can tell you sort of what I imagine we'll end up doing is there will be a vertical strip that'll just have weeps that'll allow it to kind of
Like a little drip edge.
Yeah, with a drip edge, and
because it looks awesome.
Yeah.
It looks great the way that it's drawn. It's in hopes that it
Yeah.
will be implemented that way.
I mean, if we had to, we could do it as a rain screen so that the moisture barrier is just behind the metal. If we can't figure out how to get that detail right, that's probably the way we'd go. Because I agree with you. I mean, it has to look like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you had
it doesn't
these
work
big
otherwise.
fat bands there, it would
Yeah.
not look good.
We don't want that.
And then the brickwork, I like the lime wash brick. Are you doing anything, it looks like the picture in the upper left has some soldier courses and then has some running bond. or stack bond.
That's exactly right.
So is that what you're planning to do?
Yeah, let me
To
see if-
vary the
If I can
the
figure out how to-
horizontal bands of some sort?
If I can figure out how to zoom in presentation mode, I don't know if I can, so let's do this.
There you go.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay, so that's, all right, I see now.
We've got kind of this stacked soldier course on the lower level, and then that transitions to a stacked bond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just gives it a little variety instead of just being
Exactly.
a monolithic kind of brick wall there.
Right, right. And we've tried to kind of pull some datum lines that are consistent horizontally through the building. So we've tried to kind of play with where we can, having the profile of the building have a little bit of form to it, but then, horizontal and vertical lines kind of pick each other up register in the various materials across the facade.
Go back to the parking lot side elevation, if you will, just a minute, because that's the kitchen side, if I recall. or
That's
the-
right. Yeah, let me just get back to the presentation.
And I'm just kind of concerned or curious, will you have some hoods coming out of there, or yes, you will?
Yes. So the idea there is that all of the vertical chases are going to be in this blue volume here. So what we've got is a taller parapet. The roof actually is consistent, but the parapet will conceal hoods.
So the hood exhaust
RTUs.
is going to be concealed in that.
Yes.
That parapet area.
Right.
Okay.
We don't want to. We really
You don't
don't
have any sidewall exhaust coming out and things of that.
There's not a plan for that right now. The kitchen designs are being finalized now, but no, that's not something that we.
Just trying to make sure that's kind of a clean wall and not.
Yeah. We feel like we've got plenty of space on the roof to take care of all of those things, so long as we're able to kind of. We have this kind of kit of parts that can do these things, that can conceal those things, and we want to use those.
And, even your AC condensing units or your rooftop units or your walk-in cooler condensing units are all being.
Yeah. Roof plan. Got the roof plan. Yeah. So there's kind of there's sort of a roof. The one part of the roof deck that's not occupiable is this corner right here. We've got a taller parapet so that views of what happens here are obscured from the public realm. But there's space there for condensers for the coolers, which are just down below there. We'll also probably end up putting some condensers or maybe an RTU or two in that space. We've got the room for it. And then we anticipate one large RTU on the roof of that larger volume that would essentially power the upstairs.
Have you guys specified the unit so you know with the curb and everything how high that would be?
How high
The
yes.
RTU?
Well, yeah, let me show, I've got a section. We do have that. Yeah, so that's an actual unit there, yeah. Both of these are actual rooftop units. It's like a carrier unit or something we use as the base design.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant this morning? I guess you're having some outdoor furniture?
We will have some outdoor furniture.
Okay.
We've not selected that. Yeah.
There was outdoor furniture that was.
Tyler, if you'll speak into the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's the outdoor furniture that was already out there with the other part. I think when we come to our landscape hardscape, would probably be a better time because we're getting the bones to that where they haven't done the interiors stuff. So those, the bar stools all along there will be a major kind of feature, and then the other stuff. So I think probably when we come back with our landscape hardscape, or may have to come back another time because they, especially those bar stools, will be permanently outside.
Because that's something we'll look at too, just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go back to exterior building. Is there any exterior building lighting?
There is.
Could you point that out?
It's these sort of,
Microphone, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, it's excuse me, these sort of glass puck lighting kind of idea you'll see on the, I don't guess we have it on this one, but yeah, there you go. You can see in the massing. Yeah, so there's like, they appear in stacks of 3 and they kind of capture some of the colors of the branding, but they're relatively subtle. So that'll be the exterior lighting. The other,
So you have like 3 different colors of lights you're using?
yes, that's right. I think we've got that rendered. Let me see if I can pull that up.
Showing the massing model.
Yeah, there we go.
I see, so all three colors.
Yeah.
What about the wall packs that you're showing on the massing diagrams? Are those?
Let me see.
If you go back to the dumpster view, there, it looks like there's a bunch of kind of more utilitarian wall packs.
You gotta think, we are in the eco district here too, so some eclecticity. Is that right? No, I think I said that. I think I got it right there.
Eclecticness. Eclecticness.
Oh, yes, those are actual uplights.
Oh, they're uplights.
Yes. Is this still? I think that's working. Oh, okay. Sure. I think we have a rendering in here somewhere that shows the concept of that, but I can also explain it if not. Essentially, we're sort of washing the face of that wall, of that masonry wall. And also, we've got them here actually in the ground to wash the face of the metal wall. And what it'll do is it'll create a little bit of shadow play with that kind of playful facade.
But what about the wall packs that are shown? Are those?
Those are, okay, I see what you're saying. Those are security lights. Those are, I don't guess we have those shown. And really, we could, they're more utilitarian and they're just there to kind of make a safer zone over there in the back of house. We picked a light that sort of is relatively non-offensive, but does the trick. But if y'all have thoughts on that, I'm happy to field that.
Going to substantially look like that rendering.
Yeah. That's an actual fixture. I don't remember the brand of it, but yeah, that we've actually put into the rendering.
So path of travel from the kitchen to the dumpster.
Yeah.
Comes out center point of that plan view east.
Yeah, let me go to the plan view of that.
There's a level floor plan. I don't see a sheet number.
So you've basically got a door here.
Yes.
And so there's actually a door on the back of the dumpster enclosure so that you can throw the trash away without actually coming to the front.
Okay. And how do deliveries come to the kitchen?
Yeah, those would pull in around here, potentially into this spot here. This is kind of a loading / trash zone, and then you could cart them in right through the back door
And
there.
then knowing what restaurants do, storage of things outside the building, racks, I mean, you name it, bottles, cans, all sorts of stuff. I mean, is there adequate storage inside there so that none of that stuff appears? Brett, what's the city's scope or realm of anything being stored as you can see it from the street?
There you go.
So we have,
Almost would be nice to put a wall.
so we have added this whole large area, and if you look at their existing restaurant space where we had taken that was one of the things that we ended up doing with them was expanding that space. Liquor storage was one of those ones, and then I think, so they would go through there. So again, we tried to use that dumpster to go hide it. They won't have any outside stuff. We did increase this from their original space to go make sure that they had that storage space over there. But I think the other part was we were trying to go make that width wide enough so when you have the dude smoking the cigarette at the back door and kind of the box waiting to go in and that sort of stuff, that it's hidden really from all four sides. So that was kind of part of that overall design. But this is all their storage before it goes back into the kitchen space that we did upsize from their almost probably more than doubled it from the original.
Those always in restaurants that always become the grease track, if you will, right? In the concrete, and you always see the path of travel that's been taken.
And when we go back to the site plan, that's kind of one thing we've been talking about, both materiality and then where we stop the side, the kind of the sidewalk over there, kind of like you were talking about, of almost probably breaking the side, finding that right mix and that other part, which is stopping this residential or the pedestrian sidewalk kind of probably here. And then we were, bringing this over here so that sidewalk, and maybe you go ahead and do it out of a darker paver so that it's not just on the sidewalk.
The lighting, as he was talking about, it almost lends itself to, on the parking lot facing elevation. The lighting that was, those two wall packs almost lend itself to that becoming too utilitarian on that end, if you will. I think it needs to be more, a little more decorative on that end as far as the lighting goes, and don't just forget it that it's, you know, it's just the backside of a kitchen wall.
Sure. I agree.
And when landscaping comes in, I would encourage not just screening with plants on the, I guess it's is Plan North here, I guess?
Yes. Well.
Yes, it is. So I would encourage something, not just with screening by plants on that north side to kind of really bunker in that backside kitchen, like you said, somebody out there having a cigarette or you know, that's going to be the workers' path of travel, if you will, and all that. So
Yeah, I think that was kind of when we were talking, you know, about getting that dialed in. But I feel like
so that end right there.
Like I said, if this is the last, if this handicap space is kind of the last pedestrian entrance where people will come, almost stopping that sidewalk so that this kind of becomes a large landscape, so you can kind of stop your eye, and then it has this kind of other entrance over here, so it's not just that continuation of.
And that's where the landscaping does become very important as far as the scale and the massing of the plantings in front of the building there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, like I said, it's a big wide building, and even we're trying to figure out what the right relationship of where does site want to be big is when we have a plaza, but figuring out.
When you coming in with that stuff?
We want to come in next time, but it's as the things that have come up today, like the lighting and some of those other things, and like and those bar stools, I could see us starting to work on it. But by the time we want to have all the parts to show it holistically, that it rolls to the following month.
That works for me.
It'll probably be September since it hasn't been advertised for August.
Okay.
So
I don't think I'll be here in August.
Cool. Okay.
I'd like to compliment you on the design as a whole. I don't know if this is just the franchise concept or, but I think the massing's great on the building. I think it's fun and playful. I think it'll be a great addition to the development. So I think it's really nice.
I was going to say, and he's obviously the architect. It was kind of the opposite, where they had a couple locations. They wanted downtown Suwanee, and then they'd done another one, and then they went and did a rooftop space in Buford, and it does 10 times the sale, and it's kind of really been a piece. So this then was, and we did a project next to that, and so this is kind of us saying, hey, you're going to Alpharetta, and we're going to be a mixed-use project, so how do we take a lot of things you're already doing and elevate it? And I think we're really excited about it, so I appreciate you saying that, Beth.
Yeah, I was looking at some of your other locations on Google, and this one seems to be a level above. I mean, I don't know if all those images are current, but.
Well, it's kind of a mix. They started, you know, kind of started out, and then as they've gotten to this, they've realized that the more elevated they go, the better it's been. But they have a mix, and so I feel like this one's going to be by far their best location.
For the teal blue staircase and those canopies, are those like powder coated, factory powder coated, or are they painted in the field? Or?
Yeah, so those, I mean, probably field painted, because
I'm assuming the rails are going to be manufactured and then field painted, but the canopies would be powder coated, and then the pieces
that could be
because they get clipped on. But usually with those rails, because you have to go make some connections and tie the treads, you end up having to field paint those.
It could be kind of a maintenance issue down the road, possibly because of the color, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it'll, you know, anytime, yeah. I mean, there will have to be probably a reapplication of paint at some point. That's a good point. I don't know what the simple answer to that is. Powder coating would be great, but
if you guys chose to go with that dark bronze, I don't think it would detract from. I think the pops of blue are great, but I mean I wouldn't ever say you need to do that, but you know those canopies, there's lots of blue on the building already.
That's true. Yeah, the canopies will be the bronze.
Teal.
Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to ask: is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? No public comment, okay. Okay, so we've got site plan, and then we've got exterior elevations and materials to do this morning.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 240029, Kilamama. Motion to approve the site plan changes today specifically as it relates to this building. And a motion?
Owens, second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Owens. Thank you, Richard. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Okay, one more.
All right, Mr. Chairman, motion regarding same applicant. Motion to approve the elevation, materials, and building lighting as presented today with the following condition. The light fixtures that are currently shown as wall packs facing the parking lot will be changed to something less utilitarian with final approval by staff. And a motion?
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Rowan. Any comments or questions about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right, very good. Thank you for your time this morning.
you.
Appreciate it. So I guess we'll see you for landscaping and furniture in August, hopefully.
Yeah.
Or no, September.
I think September. I'll try to get the application in.
Yeah, thank you for a very clear presentation.
Thanks.
Very good, thank you.
I was looking forward to y'all's sketch
Meeting
drawing
minutes.
to be presented over here.
Ready for that?
Okay, and then the materials, I think, are on the, up here on the dais somewhere, so. I don't know. Where's Park Walk here?
Yeah.
Where? Oh, all right, well, let's, yeah. Do we, want to continue with Park Walk before lunch? Because once we finish Park Walk, we're done. Okay, let's continue with Park Walk. All right, let's take a short recess while they're getting set up, and then we'll come back. Short recess. Okay, there you go.
Get her done. I swear that one was faster than the car wash.
Okay. Yes, if you guys will go ahead and get set up. We're taking a quick recess, but you can get set up, and then when we get back, we'll be ready to go. Okay, let's end our recess and get started with the next applicant, and that's going to be Park Walk 2. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good noon. How about that? Good noon.
Good noon. Happy to see you all before lunch today. I'm Clint Walters with the Providence Group, here presenting our Park Walk 2 project. I'm going to keep it brief. I've got some team members with me here to chime in on various subjects, but generally speaking, the project is 34 units at the corner of Old Milton and Haynes Bridge, the site of the old funeral home in between Haynes Bridge and Cadence Bank. We've got 14 units, two-story units, big units fronting Old Milton Parkway, and then we've got 14 units facing the backside of our Park Walk 1 project, and then we've got a 6-unit building that backs up to Thompson Street Flats that we'll all go through when we get the video up, or the all our landscape stuff is referred to in the zoning. It's virtually the same as presented at zoning. We went ahead and did the concepts early and have just changed them to construction drawings. To hit the landscape stuff, I've got Jackson with me. And then when we move to architecture, I've got Lisa Murphy. And if anything comes up construction related, I've got Stephen Lawson. So I'm happy to we're happy to go over it however y'all would like to, but
we really didn't. Did we have landscape in our package? I saw a site plan.
I don't think we had any landscape in the package, no. There's very little landscape that in the council conditions you have to look at, and basically it was just
Okay, yeah, I did see.
in the open space, the one spot in the open space and the sidewalk for some reason along Old Milton.
There is
The
planting shown.
minimum 10-foot buffer.
There's planting shown in the package we
Is there?
got.
Okay.
But they're not furnishings. Some of that detailing is not in there.
So when we get to it, can you bring up the conditions?
Yep.
All right, well then let's talk about the landscaping then. Might as well. Well, the gentleman's standing up. He's ready to.
Jackson, come on,
So,
buddy.
but Brett, we don't have to approve the site plan,
No.
okay?
So it just says the minimum 10-foot landscape strip, both sides of the project. Minimum 10-foot planted buffer along the east property line with final approved by DRB. And then the decorative paver apron and landscape at the entrance.
Yeah, and I'll go through that as I present all the landscaping to you. This is what you see is our zoning plan. So first I'm going to just talk about the entrance here. This mentions the apron that was a part of the zoning conditions. This is our entrance into the community off of Old Milton Parkway. The apron is right here as a part of, the material is going to be the typical Alpharetta mix of the Pine Hall brick paver that's all through downtown. It'll match that. Also with this entrance, we have an entrance monument that's located just below Lot 4 here. I'll show you a picture of that in just a moment. This monument is the same as our Park Walk 1, which is our adjacent community that we already have under development, soon to start construction on our first home out there. The streetscape of this project is, it's on a GDOT right-of-way, so there are some limitations that we're forced into by GDOT. We cannot have big planters and stuff within their right-of-way, so we've designed this in order to keep all that material just outside of the right-of-way to kind of still give that feel of a nice planting for the pedestrians who are walking on it.
Where's that at?
The apron or the monument?
The right-of-way strip.
It is this, this line, I don't know if you can see my mouse on the screen, it's that right there. So we try to get as close to it, as we can, while, keeping a pattern and a rhythm to our landscaping. In front of all the units that face Old Milton Parkway, we have a 3 to 4 foot tall granite ruble wall. On top of that wall is a iron-style black fencing with landscaping in front of the fencing. On top of the wall, at the base of the wall, is creeping fig. If you're familiar with our East of Main property, the way that creeping fig has gone up the ruble wall over the years is the look that this will have, 5 years or so down the road.
So is that wall substantially similar to East of Main?
Yes, sir. It'll be near exactly like it. It'll be the same materials. Yes, sir. It is. I'll show you an example of our material.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
But is it a continuous wall, or is it pilasters with infill metal, aluminum?
It's a continuous wall, except for where we have breaks for stairs that go from the front doors to the sidewalk. And then on the top side of the wall, it's kind of it's safety and decorative, the black fencing that will be on there.
So on your drawing that we're looking at on
Yes,
our
sir.
monitors, can you just with your pointer outline or show us where that wall is?
Yes, sir. It is this kind of darker gray wall right there. You can see it breaks for the stairs.
All right.
Picks back up and comes around into the neighborhood, just like that. And then on the opposite side, it matches parallel-wise, and then comes down. And I'll show you in a future plan where the wall continues to go.
So you have a detail showing the wall? Like
I do have a picture on the next slide showing you what it's going to look like. Yes, sir. Also, part of the entrance is this pocket park at the front. Underneath this pocket park is our underground detention. So obviously we can't build anything structural. We can't plant trees on top of it. So we kind of made this a contemporary park. It's anchored on the outside by landscaping, and then a sidewalk that goes around it, and then a lawn space in the middle of it, and then surrounding it, or within all that are benches for residents and homeowners to sit and enjoy the area. For a little bit of additional architectural, just visual appearance, we're proposing these rose towers. We currently have them at our Towns on Thompson neighborhood, right near the entrance. It's a very nice look. So we've added those just for some additional vertical appeal as well.
So what do you call those? Rose?
Rose towers. So it's a metal structure, and then it's just a climbing vine rose plant.
Okay, very good. Just learned a new term.
So here's a picture this is directly from East of Main, right there at the corner, showing the granite wall, and then you can see that creeping fig growing on that wall right there. And then this is just another example of the granite material, just kind of how it looks with more of a lighter mortar versus a darker mortar that's shown at East of Main. And then, like I mentioned, this is going to be the same monument design as our Park Walk 1. This is what was approved during that zoning. We intentionally left the materials vague in color, just tans, browns, because we wanted to see what the granite actually looks like before we made the brick color selection. Because sometimes the granite can pull a little more on the beige side, sometimes it's a little more gray. So we really wanted to see what gets delivered, what we get before we made a final call. But regardless, our brick color will match and with that granite. It'll work together. We're not going to put a more gray brick with a beigeur colored stone or granite that comes to it.
So just for reference, where is Park Walk 1 in relation to Park Walk 2? Just, do you have a kind of an overall view just to?
Yes, I do further on, but I'll go back just for ease. So this is our Park Walk 2 that we're currently talking about. Park Walk 1 is just north.
Okay, so that's the one. All right.
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. The next section I'm going to talk about is just further up the streetscape for this project.
Real quick,
Mm-hmm.
can you back up just a second? So back to that first landscape plan. So you're conditioned a 2-foot strip and 8-foot sidewalk, right?
Correct.
That's the condition, so that's what you've shown.
And we're showing that, yep, 2-foot beauty
And the-
strip, 8-foot sidewalk.
The condition is turf or shrubs, I believe, in that strip?
Yeah, and, yeah, we'll use turf sod,
Okay.
specifically
And
zoysia.
the best you can do because of the DOT right-of-way is put the trees, whatever street trees you have,
Correct, they have to be within the property.
back in behind that.
That's right.
And what are your street trees?
We have a mix of Nuttall oaks and other columnar type trees, just because it's space-wise, you can't get anything that sprawls too much.
So your shade trees are Nuttalls?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you
Hold
going to be?
on, hold on.
Sorry, oh, sorry.
So, along that corridor of Old Milton Parkway, is there any other oak trees that you know of that are a continuation of that streetscape? Is this kind of a standalone streetscape?
Right now, it's a standalone streetscape. So on our far left side of the project is the existing detention pond, that's the public's. And then on the right side, I don't recall off the top of my head what that property is, an existing bank. So we'll kind of
Post
be.
office.
Not all oaks is a specific zoning condition? That tree is a specific zoning condition?
I think it was, yes.
Well, that would have been good to know, Brett.
But it's approved by staff, so I didn't, sorry, I didn't catch that one for you.
Okay. And so staff has
Oh, no,
final,
There's a weird thing in there.
there
It
usually
says,
is in these conditions.
Approved by staff along Old Milton Parkway frontage as approved by DRB.
Where's that?
So,
Say that, is that number 11 we're looking at?
number 11, yeah.
Developer shall plant minimum
It's
60.
just, it's kind of the,
It's,
called the 957 landscape, it's just a,
Yeah, that's a weird,
so,
but again, motions have to come out as they say them, so, I would say you make your good comments and we'll make that part of the,
sure, so that condition of what goes in that 2-foot strip, staff is comfortable looking at that and
in the
making the
2-foot
recommendation.
strip, I think staff would be more comfortable with something besides sod.
Okay.
But I think in the larger side, I
But
think,
you get final say, like if you want something more than sod? Or do you, or
yes, it is, yeah, staff, shrubs or, it says shrubs or, where was that? Shrubs or grass, final approval by staff.
Okay.
So is there would you have a recommendation of one or
To
the
me,
other?
and I'll defer to my colleagues as well, but to me, that 2-foot strip between street, curb, and sidewalk, that little 2-foot strip, narrow your sidewalks if you want plantings in there. Otherwise, turf is going to be about what really survives.
Okay.
I mean, if you want something in there, then make your sidewalk 6 foot wide and so you make your planting strip wider. You can, so something will survive other than in this 2-foot oasis.
Is there other sod along the frontage that, I mean, because you almost hate to, that be the only little piece out there if they're.
Yes, there is. So on the back side, the 8-foot sidewalk, there
Okay,
is.
so on the back side of it, there's other sod. that the
Correct, there is
mowers will be
addition.
there and whatnot.
Correct.
I mean,
The bank has, strip of sod, sidewalk, sod,
yeah, it's just sod.
as an FYI.
Yeah, it's a tough zone. If you want something else, then you got to allow stuff to grow. Otherwise,
Yeah, no, I agree.
you got to put something you know will survive those harsh
The-
oasis
yeah.
conditions.
Where, all right, just for clarification, where are we talking about this 2-foot strip?
Between the street and the sidewalk.
Wait,
Between curb and
right,
sidewalk.
oh, right there, okay. Right there, wow.
Kind of this little bit right here.
Golly.
So it's not.
That's a good point Pat brings up, because maintenance-wise, it's going to get kind of ratty over time. And for something like that, this may not be your desired solution, but it would, to use some sort of paving material in there would even be better than putting grass in there.
Well, and irrigation is a factor too with the sod. I can just see it just getting crispy out there. You're not going to really reach it with the spray across the sidewalk, and you can't have irrigation in the right of way, right?
No,
So-
they just spray back towards the street
Yeah.
when they're first getting it established.
So maybe a really tough ground cover if we have to have something out there, but still.
About like AstroTurf.
Yeah.
I mean, I think condition number 8 requires this and is not subject to DRB.
It says shrubs or grass, final approval by staff, which would lead staff to
Correct.
listen to what
Okay.
DRB
Right. So they can
has a
make
thing. So
a
if
recommendation.
DRB is making a recommendation to staff that
Yeah.
it should be a hardy ground cover, then that's what staff will
Right,
require.
but I think it's got to be a planted material. I don't think we can take a hardscape all the way to the.
No, you can't take hardscape. No. It's got to be a planted material. You're right.
A purple leaf winter creeper would work there. It'd be pretty tough.
I'm sorry?
A purple leaf winter creeper would be able to, it would be evergreen and it would withstand some of that harshness.
I think it's like AstroTurf sod or something.
AstroTurf, there we go.
No.
I know, 1972.
All right. That's my
I'll veto that one.
natural, artificial turf. Artificial turf. Okay.
Okay. So again, just continuing down the streetscape, we're keeping the rhythm and the pattern of the landscaping that was in front of units 1 through 4 through the rest of the Old Milton Parkway. The wall follows kind of parallel with Old Milton, transitions to parallel with the units. They're not quite parallel to each other, so myself and the landscape architect who designed this kind of worked it to where we thought it was the best look overall and would be the best look in person. As a part of this larger sod space in front of 5 and 6, that's there because we have another underground detention facility there to hold stormwater. Also a part of this slide is this other pocket park area. It has pavers, again, that will match the apron at the front, which is the Alpharetta downtown standard. Inside the pavers is this square, which is a raised granite planter bed, and inside it will have a tree. I forget exactly which one it is, and I didn't bring those notes with me. And surrounding that's more of a paver plaza with benches on it. This space is a little unique because it's also the fire emergency service turnaround. So the sod here will actually have what's called a grass pave underneath it. So that way if emergency services ever had to actually turn around, that's where they can go and not get stuck. That's being specifically designed for that. And then again, there'll be an art statue, I believe, that we're required to go through the art commission with that we'll work on after this. And again, it's just further repetition and pattern of what we had on the first slide.
And which you'll show us, where's the bus stop?
The bus stop is located right here in front of 8 and 7.
Okay.
Can you talk through a little bit of your plant palette along that frontage? Like what kind of plants you're using?
Yeah, so we're using a mix of material that's going to give visual interest through all 4 seasons. So there'll be spring plantings where we'll get the spring flowers, the summer flowers, good fall color foliage. In the oaks, the summer and the spring, we'll have our creeping phylux, I believe is the term, which is on top of the wall, in between the wall and the little fence area. And then we'll have boxwoods and evergreens to keep it from looking leggy when all the deciduous material has gone dormant for winter.
Do you have a current plant list on this set of plans?
I do. It's not in this slide. I didn't bring one.
Because this is a little different than I think what we had before.
Gotcha. I think the overall material list that you have is the same. The quantities will have changed. There'll be a lot of the hydrangeas, boxwoods, camellias. The next location is our mail kiosk area and a little bit of this linear park that I'll talk about. Again, we have another underground detention pond area, so there's a little bit limited on what we can do here. We have our mail kiosk located right behind the parking, and then just kind of a lawn space for owners, dogs to go and do what they need to do, and then it's just landscaping around it to tie in the area. In this above 28, we have an arbor which will have a swing underneath it, just a little amenity for the homeowners, and I'll show on a future slide what the rest of this linear park looks like going forward. So we'll talk about this tree save area here and a little bit more on the linear park. So this is our required tree save area per our zoning plan and our current engineering plans. Within this area, we're proposing to plant more understory trees, dogwoods, as well as some ground covers, just to kind of help fill in the area and make it just an attractive part of the property. This is the location where it starts to connect with Park Walk 1. You can kind of start to see this sidewalk that's running north and south. That sidewalk is getting you into Park Walk 1. And then as a part of it, the homes that back into Park Walk 1 also share a front door of this linear park. And I have a better plan in just a moment. This linear park on the other side has just some nicer landscaping, and it's going to be anchored by a fire pit. There's a picture with a landscape seating wall around it. It will be made out of the same granite material that we get to stay consistent with our landscape wall throughout the project.
You know, I was comparing this to what was in our package, and it looks like that sidewalk back there is more free-flowing.
Yeah, it was, and that was part of, I believe, the Park Walk 1 plan. And then once we brought these two together, we said there's a good space there to make something of it as opposed to just that sidewalk.
Kind of serpentine sidewalk.
Yeah,
Okay.
because during that design, it was just a sidewalk. There were no features with it. So we thought this would be a good, we can market it as a nice amenity for the homeowners. So this is the full linear park. Again, here's that arbor with the swing on the right side I was talking about, and then our fire pit. On the south side with the numbers 19 through 28, that's Park Walk 2. That's what we're going through today. And then the single-family homes on the north side, that is Park Walk 1.
And you expect that fire pit, for instance, is it you bring your own firewood, or how does that, I mean, is it got a gas jet?
We can do it both ways. We haven't just fully determined the final, what it's going to be, but we can make it either
have
way.
a tank somewhere that's.
We can bring a service line to it and put it on a timer.
Okay.
Yeah, we hadn't
Just didn't know.
we hadn't gotten to that plan yet, but yeah, it can go either way.
Are you going to have furnishings in there between the fire pit and the seat wall that surrounds it?
It's not in the design too. The seat wall was to be the kind of where you sit on, but we are proposing benches within the linear park, just not specifically around the fire pit. So there was 1, 2, 3, 4 of them total.
It would seem that the space would call for people to be able to go near the fire, near the edge of the fire, with a chair or something and put their feet up on that.
Yeah,
surround.
Yeah, there would be room for them if someone wanted to bring their own chair to be a little bit closer, prop their feet up, and there would be room for that.
Okay, so I follow you. You're not going to be providing something there, which.
I think the other DRB thing is let's look at that 10-foot planted buffer along the east property line. And then I think that's the.
Slide. Yep. So again, this is looking at the buffer. So again, this is adjacent to the public's detention pond. So we're just adding in the buffer material as we can, and we'll do any supplemental if we see that it's a little open, just to give that privacy to the homeowners. And you can see this is where, right at the end of 14, that's where that granite wall is going to terminate.
So the buffer requirement is per ordinance?
It's
planting
condition
of
13
buffer.
just says minimum 10-foot shall be planted buffer along final approval by DRB. So it's just,
So does that fall under the buffer ordinance, is what I'm
No.
asking? No?
it's yours.
Okay.
Planted
I mean,
buffer.
it seems fine, but can it be conditioned in the final establishment of plantings can be reviewed by staff to look for the holes that may exist in between?
Well, that would be part of the final thing that would be done at, before final CO kind of thing is,
Okay.
is that if you,
So we don't need to condition such a thing, like,
no.
all right, because plan view is one thing, and then, once it's all said and done, there might be a hole here or a hole there.
I think what you could say is, you could,
'Cause this seems fine to me, but at the end of the day,
yeah, you could.
David will be the one going out there, and there might be a
If
hole
you
or
want more of
something
a screen, I think you use that terminology than just a buffer, because a buffer could be related to just space. So if you say, let's look at the buffer as a screen, then.
there. Yeah, so what are all materials in there evergreen?
Yes, yeah. We interpreted it more as a screen, which is, I mean, that's what we want
Which
to provide.
when I hear buffer, a planted buffer, that's what I think. It's a buffer between unlike uses, and that's what it's for, which means mostly evergreen and thick and.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
I don't think we need a condition that staff goes back at the end of the day and make sure there are no holes in that buffer.
I think if it's a zoning condition, David will usually require a little note that says, like, if the buffer is deficient,
Exactly.
then
Yeah.
they can come back and
He
review
does.
it at time of CO. So it's
Yeah.
usually handled through LDP. I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my last landscape slide, if anybody has any other questions. Yes, sir.
Can you explain the the sidewalk along the street and how it continues past the right in, right out? Because it looks like you've got your ADA ramps leading to no crosswalk or anything.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying, and it's this design versus what's on the engineering plans just probably haven't come fully together. What I'd expect is there to be a handicap ramp in this island, and on either side that connect it through.
Yeah, I think that's
That
really
would
important
be
for safety. And
yeah, absolutely.
continuity of the sidewalk.
Right, and it being a GDOT right of way, they'll have the standards of how they.
And the only other question I had is you mentioned that the granite portion of the wall is 3 or 4 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Can you clarify what? Because I think 4 feet would be obtrusive based on the distance from the townhomes.
Mm-hmm.
It would. I don't know. I feel like it would really block for the residents, their visibility and stuff.
Like I've said, the wall itself will actually be below the base of the house. So
Oh, okay.
it'll be road, wall, basically.
So there's elevation.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Perfect.
That's great.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
I was just going to ask about that apron that's required for zoning. Does that tie into anything back there? It feels a little strange being so far back.
It does not, to my knowledge.
Okay, it's just
a decorative.
okay. Yeah, it's you usually find those kind of accents further up towards the entrance, towards the right of way. Oh, it does a little, yeah. I see that.
I've got a question about your Rose Tower. The conceptual plan that we have doesn't specify all of the plants that you're showing us now in this plan. Just a thought about that Rose Tower. It'd be great if they've selected, if you guys selected a good fragrant rose to go in that location, because you've got an option to add an element with that fragrance.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something, we can do.
Because I can't tell from the plan that we're looking at now if you are calling out that particular rose for that tower.
I don't recall if he does or not,
Yeah.
but it is a climbing. This picture is taken directly from Towns at Thompson.
Yeah.
It would be similar to that.
And that's
just needs to be trimmed a little bit. But.
Yeah, as robust as that is,
Yeah.
it shows off the fact that you're going to let that thing grow well.
Yeah, that's right.
I see that there's a wood shadow box fence on kind of what I would call the rear areas of the property. Do you have like a picture of what that looks like? Right, you can see it right there, yes.
These, no, I don't have one, but it'd be a standard shadow box fence, or if we needed to be.
Define shadow box.
So shadow box is where there's like a 1x6 board on either side of a 2x4. There's 3 2x4s. There's 1x6 on one side, 1x6 on the other, and they slightly overlap, creating kind of the shadow in between.
Okay. Is there anything in the conditions about not seeing okay, I think it's in the rear of the site anyway, so.
Yeah.
All right. Any other landscaping questions at this point? All right. There being none, let's go to the architectural elevations and materials then.
Perfect. I'll let Lisa Murphy take it. Thank you.
So I, excuse me, started off by giving you kind of a site plan that would show you the views on the renderings that I'm going to give you, so you can kind of orient yourself to what you're seeing. So the scheme number 1, let me see to advance this.
Let me interrupt for just 1 second before you get started, just so they know what the only thing really that they're up against on architecture. Condition 3 says architecture and materials shall be developed substantially similar to submitted renderings labeled, Exhibit A. That's the one we looked at in workshop, and I think they've got it in their plan as well. All the townhomes shall have 4-sided architecture, materials, and details.
To go forward and that to go back.
Okay. All right, thank you, Brett.
Okay, so scheme number 1, this is basically the rendering that was submitted. So that's the same orientation. It kind of gives you an idea. If you look here, you can see what that wall and fence would look like. That's the anticipation of what that would look like.
Okay.
The actual bricks,
Sorry, just jump back to where scheme 1 or view 1 is on the site plan. Sorry to make.
So right here,
right there,
this is view 1, and this is if you're standing at the entrance to the community looking at an angle towards this building right here.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So these would be the ones that were in Exhibit A called the Alexandria images.
All right, so this is the first view. This is showing color scheme 1. All of the buildings will have...
Make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Okay.
All of the buildings will have weathered wood as the shingle for the roof. So it's a nice neutral color. Scheme 1, y'all can bring these 2 out. Scheme 1. The theme here again is to separate the different buildings with the use of what we call a movement brick with a non-movement brick, typically in a lighter color. The attempt here, we wanted to go with a tumbled look to give it a more historic look, like this building has been here for a while, and to give them a little bit more to the Georgian architecture that they've been in existence for a while. So we purposefully went with a brick with a kind of a messier mortar to get a more historic look. So this would be, the rendering doesn't do a great job of depicting this brick. It's showing darker here than it actually is. We actually use this brick in East on Main. So this is along Academy Street on several of our houses. Questions there? And scheme 1, colors. We're staying with a neutral palette. So this would be the siding, the trim, and this would be the accent colors for front door, shutters, details would be this color here.
Okay, so for view 1, scheme 1, how many units are in that block?
There are 5.
5, so let's.
Actually,
looks like 6.
I'm trying to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
4,
There might be 6 in that run. Let me look.
So go back to see. So it's
1, 2,
units
3, 4,
5.
5, 6. Yeah, it's units 5 through 10 is what you're seeing in this view.
Okay, so we've got the brick and then I guess the one, you've got 2 different color of bricks.
2 different colors of brick. So you have a brick that has movement, and then a brick that is just a kind of a lighter brick with just subtle movement in it. It's very similar to what we've done on Towns on Thompson. It's similar to what we're doing at Byers Park across the street.
So it looks like the lighter brick units, the 3 lighter brick units are identical elevation-wise.
They are. We're alternating these 2 different elevations. There's an elevation that has a porch that faces front and an elevation where the porch faces to a side little courtyard. That little indention that you're seeing,
Yes.
that's a little side courtyard that you're going to see. And then next to it, that one is wide.
Okay.
This might be
And
good
I
for
think in a future
look
view,
at
you can
Exhibit
see
A.
it a little bit. You might be able to see it a little bit easier. There are the plans that you're seeing, the first plan you're seeing on the corner, this plan here, this is the Lennox plan, and it exists only as an end condition.
So that's unique. I
That's
guess.
unique, and
Okay.
the front door of that is actually on the side here.
Okay. All
And
right.
then these units
What do you call the next unit in?
this is an Alexandria,
Okay.
and then all the rest of these are Alexandria plans, and they're alternated every other plan with the different porch configuration.
So
and a
tell
different
us how those elevations meet the condition to be substantially similar to.
It's the
Exhibit
same
A.
rendering that we took to zoning. This is the rendering that we
Yeah,
took.
but the
down.
rendering didn't get approved. The images in Exhibit A got approved.
Right, and,
Can we bring A up again?
yeah,
Yeah.
can we put A up?
Yeah, it's up on mine. Yeah. Yeah, so the rendering did not get approved. In fact, they didn't want that. This is what they wanted.
Okay, and this is substantially what we have. You see the light? If you're looking at the first picture taken at night, that's a light brick altered with a darker brick on the front. You have a
Yeah, but
front
that's not the
elevation-
only difference. That's what I'm saying, is explain how the specific architectural details match up, not just the color of the brick.
Okay. If you look at the one with the full front porch, that is the third building in. You have a very similar radius window at the top. You have 4 square windows. You have shutters on the windows. You have a front porch that faces out. It's a full front porch. The courtyard is actually the porch itself. That's the third unit in. That's this unit here that you're looking at in this depiction. Oh, can you put mine back up? Sorry. We're going to have to flip back and forth. Okay, so that unit that you can see in the foreground of that picture is this unit right here. And I may advance it a minute to where you can, this rendering shows you a little bit easier, because you can see this side porch configuration actually has a little courtyard to the side, and then the one next to it has the porch going all the way across and connecting with this building. And they alternate all the way down. And if you pull that other picture back up, it's the same, you're just seeing the reverse of it. What you're seeing in that picture is this building is on the end condition and this building is in the middle. But,
If we go top left of what's on the screen now.
uh-huh,
What I see in the top left is closest to the condition that your renderings have, which it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 units, but this one only has 4. In looking at that, it looks like the architecture on each of those, whether it's stucco, whether it's brick, whatever the materials are different for all 4. You didn't need to control that over there. And in what I'm hearing, and what you're saying is what I'm hearing is in the renderings you've got, it's A, B, A, B. It's basically the same thing
Right.
but repeated. But in this one here, which you always have to guess.
it's A, B,
Hold on
A,
one
B
second.
again.
So what I'm hearing from council is when they look at this stuff and you try and interpret what the council is saying, this is substantially different materials than A, B, A, B, A, B.
When you say materials, you just mean the brick color.
Brick or stucco, I'm not talking, not just brick color, but materials. Like there's one here that's got stucco with,
Actually,
a
that's not
quasi-
stucco, that's a white brick.
with a quasi kind of coin on the corner.
Mhm.
then there's a red brick, and then there's a dark brick, and then there's something back there in the background. So you always have to try and interpret what council means when they put these conditions out there. And y'all can step in whenever you feel. But
That I agree. And looking at the elevations that and I agree. In looking at, I caught myself though. In looking at the elevations in our package, I only see 3 different types of elevations. There's the Lennox, the Alexandria D, and the Alexandria E, and those have all been repeated throughout what I'm seeing in our package.
the hard part is just trying to interpret what council is trying to
And I think they want some variety.
say. And I think, and my guess is, and I'm going to say go back A, B, A, B, A, B for the 6, that they're not looking for 2 types of materials repeated for 6 different buildings.
When you say types of materials, you mean color, because this building that you're
When I
seeing
say
here-
materials, I mean brick, because you've got different brick there. So yeah, brick or brick color or.
Right.
or-
All of these pictures that you're seeing are brick. There is no stucco in this. They're all brick. It's just what you're seeing is white there is actually a white brick.
Okay, but they're all different.
Sure, and that's fine. If you would rather see this be all different, every unit have a different color, we can certainly
I
do
think
that.
I think the idea, and I know what you've done here is very common, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
been done in a number of places, right? This is a extremely prominent corner, and the way we're kind of interpreting what is being looked for here is something that looks a little more historic in that, you know how if you look at a historic set of row homes or attached single family, they're all kind of different, right? When you repeat them like this, it looks like townhomes, right? Which is obviously what they are, but you end up just alternating the pattern, sort of marching soldiers. And I think what we'd rather see is a little more variety in the materials so that it looks a little more historic and each one is a little different rather than alternating.
Okay, and again, I want to interpret your words correctly. Colors.
It's not just
It's
colors,
not the
it's
ma-
details.
Yeah, change the architectural details and the colors and.
Okay.
The chimneys all are the exact same
Okay,
And we're really
go
talking-
back, if you'll go back to the first picture that was up in the.
And we're really talking about the 14 that face Old Milton Parkway.
Yes.
Is kind of our
Right,
main
well,
concern,
and
right?
again, in that upper picture, there are 2 elevations there. They have the exact same details on them, every unit.
No, they don't.
They alternate, hang on, they alternate. There's 2 elevations shown. This one in the foreground is the first elevation, and the one beside it is the second elevation. Then that first elevation is repeated with a different brick color on it. And then the middle elevation is repeated with a different
But
brick
it-
color on it.
But it's not. But it's not. This one has a porch.
I agree.
This one has,
side
this one
porch.
has a square with round tops here, square windows at the top with the round top. This one has got a rounded porch area
Yes,
here
so does
with
this
square
one.
windows. So the elevations are not the same.
Okay, so again, this was designed by King Yi. He designed these. These are the 2 elevations that exist for this plan. We're using the exact same elevations that we used for that. The difference that you're seeing between what we've drawn here and what's up there is that the bricks are different colors. Each unit has a different brick color on it. The architecture, if you're looking at those arches, look at this elevation and you're seeing arches. If you look at the first floor, you're seeing that arch detail up over the windows. And that's what you're seeing.
With a square window, and then you go to the next one and it's got
Correct.
an arch with an arched window.
It's actually a arch that you're seeing in the brick detail.
No, this is an arched window. Oops.
Uh-oh. I'm getting car sick.
That's a square
That's,
window
that's an arched window right there,
on the second building in,
right there. That-
right? Which
that
is
white.
which is this unit here that has this radius segment window right here. It's the unit with the partial porch. And here's the rounded window.
Hang on.
You need to see, yeah, right here, there's
No,
the
I've got
rounded
lost.
window that you're seeing.
Right, but then you've got that right again in the very next elevation, and that's what I'm saying, this is not that. This is more variated than every other one.
I think
Can you put it up again?
what Brett's saying, if you go back to the precedent,
Mm-hmm.
you have two side balconies, which are the same floor plan that are next to each other. If you look at the entryway, one has an arched opening, the next one to the left has a square opening, so it's like the same plan, but the fenestration is different between the one that looks kind of blue and the one that looks regular brick, even though the details appear to be different.
I mean, I hear it, but that 1, 2, third one down.
Isn't the same as the first or the second.
And then
in the original building.
First and the third, also one has a side porch, one has a full porch.
Okay, so that's 1 through, that's 5 through 10. Let me see how many.
Well, I guess I can just ask King to go back in his archives and pull this exact elevation out, and we'll just put this exact elevation on here. I mean, there were 2 elevations that are in our files from when this was built, and the 2 elevations alter each other. And that's what he drew here.
I think what you
The
have.
primary difference is that the bricks, in this, the bricks are alternating. They're not every other unit having a different brick, which we can certainly do. We can.
I think what you have to hear us saying is, we have design approval, okay? And I think what we're saying is we'd like to see more variety in the facades of the buildings. You don't have to totally redesign the buildings, right? We're talking about architectural details, right? In addition to changing the brick, right? You could arch windows, you could have flat top windows, you could have different detail in the brick. You don't have to totally redesign the building, but make the facades look more variable. Unique, rather than, and not just changing the brick, but change some of the architectural details as well. So it kind of looks like, something from the 1800s where buildings got built separately and everybody did their own thing. And so they got to tie together, but we don't want the alternating facade, regardless of what this picture says. It doesn't look like it's alternating to us. We didn't interpret it that way, but it's a little grainy.
Well, and it also doesn't say that it has to look exactly like this, or they would have said that it's substantially similar. So it gives you guys the opportunity to say, we like this part, we like this part, we like this part, we like that,
Okay.
which is, yeah, go back to the elevations.
Let's go, all right, I was going to say, can we go back to the site plan a minute?
Mm-hmm.
Because I want you to walk us through on Old Milton Parkway, which is Alexandria D, Alexandria E, and Lenox, because that's all you have
Okay.
along that whole, all 14 of those units, there's only 3 choices.
Correct.
Okay, so start with, on the right-hand
So-
side is 1,
You have, if I'm starting over here at 1,
right?
and I'm trying to see
That's,
which plan that is.
that's an Alexandria, I'm trying to find it here in my package.
Should be like an E and an A.
That's an Alexandria
Right,
E.
so you have an E,
A D,
a D, an
an
E, and a
then a
Lennox.
Lennox. Okay, so EDE Lennox, okay?
Right.
Now,
And then you have a Lennox, you have a D, an E, a D, an E, a D. They're just, those 2 elevations are alternating throughout. Then here, you have an Alexandria reversed the other way, D, E, D, E. So those, and the main difference you can see is the way that porch is configured on each one is and then the radius windows versus the square windows that distinguish those 2 elevations.
so what I think we need to add is an Alexandria A in that mix somewhere and change up the elevation a little bit, and maybe there's an Alexandria B that just gets thrown in there. Trying to create some more variety along Old Milton Parkway.
Okay.
Follow me? I don't know that you need to change the footprint or anything like that. It's just some of the details and how you
So,
do
well,
that.
basically, if you're not changing the porch detail, it would primarily be, let me go back.
And maybe it's.
It would just be window details then.
maybe it's some window details, shutters, or no shutters, or. So that's what we're trying to do, not totally change everything, just add some more variety to a couple of these units to make it not look like my neighbor 2 doors down.
Okay.
Am I?
Trim color maybe.
Or,
The difficulty when you start changing the trim color is stopping and starting it with the staggers, but we can look at that to see if it's possible to change it. When you're working on a townhome, especially on the backs, of where do you stop one trim color and pick the other trim color up, because sometimes it's just a continuous line. So that's why playing around with trim on the roof line is difficult. You might be able to play with the trim colors on the windows.
Yeah, and maybe some of the not the dormers, or in the gabled areas, that there's a little difference in there as well, instead of just a round window or a semicircle type thing. So I'm just trying to figure out ways subtly to make some changes here.
The side balcony in the photo that you shared, even though it potentially could be the same floor plan, there was one that, even though it was the same kind of side balcony, it appeared to be, one had an arched opening, the other one had like a pediment, like we're looking at here.
Yeah, you could do some pediments above some of the windows.
That's what it looks like there is.
Yes. So
Okay.
anyway, I think that's all we're trying to get, is a little bit more variety along Old Milton Parkway, because that's the predominant elevation. You've got 20,000 people driving by there every day, or more, or less.
How many take the bus?
2 or 3.
7.
7.
How many getting on the bus?
7. Well.
All right.
All right, so I think that's what we need to do, is how can you do that subtly for those? And then I know there's that corner, there's going to be, you've got the Lennox on one kind of bookend, and then unit number 14 is another bookend, which is closer to Publix and the detention pond. Make sure that side view of that unit number 14 doesn't look like it's, yeah.
So you can see it's got a lot of windows going down the side of that end. You have a similar end on the other side. I didn't render it because it's the same building flipped over.
So one,
so if you're behind this I'll go back to here. If you're standing here, looking this way, it's the same view as if you are standing here looking that way.
All right, so I see it that way, and then what's the, I guess it's unit number 15 we want to make sure has, which is upper,
15 down here.
Yes, has some creative architectural interest rather than just being a big blank sidewall.
So you can't see it as well here. Let me go back.
It looks like, it looks like the backside.
So you're going to see this. So there are windows, fenestration, that's what would be, although, bear with me, this unit is buried, that unit is not buried. That unit is this building. But I'm showing it from this angle, not from that angle, but they're substantially similar in fenestration on the side.
Okay, I just think that's a critical elevation. All right. Okay.
I think you know what we're looking for, right? So, I mean, you could review this with staff along the way before you come back, and that way I think you have a much better chance of approval, when you come back. So you don't need to come back and have it be a surprise. I think if you review it with staff along the way, I think they understand what we're looking for.
Okay.
And then I just noticed too, on I guess some of the rear elevations, there looks like there's some siding.
This elevation, this was part of a condition that y'all would review this rear elevation. I'll show you where this is in light of, this is view 5. So if you're at the entrance here, looking across the park that's here, those units are visible. And so we were asked that you look specifically at these. This, as you see, is cantilevered. So we've bricked everywhere that you can brick, but this is cantilevered, so it can't be masonry. So we've alternated between a board and batten detail and a siding detail to give some interest. This is all bricked here. Our intention with garages, my renderer actually didn't do this correctly. This garage door here is supposed to be the same color as this because we're trying to make the garages disappear. Where we have a darker brick, the garage door is blending in with the darker brick. So the intention is to alternate it depending on the brick color to make the garage door be less prevalent. You won't see it very well just because it is cantilevered and it sits underneath that 10-foot sunroom. So the garage door is actually 10 feet underneath.
Okay.
We did add a dormer here. We did, again, add brick here. This, the deck material is a Trex material with a metal railing, is what our plan is here to try to give this as much visual interest as possible because you'll see it as you're looking across the detention pond.
I think variation is the key again on those.
So when you say variation, what would you?
Again, I just see, you know, I'm just a plant guy, but I see A, B, A, B, A, you know, and so, you know, you want to look and see A, B, C, D, E, as far as variation of materials or colors or what have you, and not just a repetition every other one. Again, I'm interpreting what council is conditioning, but I've been doing it a while, so I'm pretty sure what they want.
You did Parkview or Park Walk 1, didn't you? Presented that a few months ago. And one thing I remember, if I remember correctly, is you made a real strong point to not have anything repeat within the same chunk of homes. Like you're like, okay, well, here are the 4 different concepts, and this one occurs here, and it doesn't occur again until you get over here.
Right, it was a zoning requirement.
Yeah.
Every elevation on Thompson Street had to be a different elevation. So that drove that. It's much easier to do when you're doing single-family houses.
Sure.
When you're repeating the same house this many times, it's challenging to try to toss it up without creating construction issues and other problems when they're attached to one another.
Well, and it's a balance, right? Because if you go too crazy, it looks like a sample board of different things, right? So
right.
but
So it's a challenge, and again, like I said, finding places to stop the trim from one color if you're going to use trim colors as a different thing to do. I mean, you know, maybe some pediments or something on the windows could alter that. I'm open to other suggestions.
And some different paint colors, I think, could slight variation in the paint colors. I mean, I understand your point, you can't use masonry there, but which kind of limits what you can do.
Yeah,
as
you
far
could
as
change.
material.
You could even change the windows instead of doing a 2/2, do a 4/4 on some, or a 6/6, or do a 2/1.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Anything else we need to look about, discuss? And before we have any motions, is there any public comment about this application this afternoon? Any public comment? No public comment, okay?
And we're not doing site plans. We got elevation materials and landscape.
Landscape, yeah, that's all.
We didn't have any specific conditions for landscaping
We do.
to submit it.
I think, yeah, I mean,
With points of discussion, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Road stripping between the road and the sidewalk. I will say I looked, and all the way down to west side, it's sod.
Yeah, it's all
The whole
sod,
way,
yeah.
like in front of Wellstar, in front of all those new, they've all done sod in that little strip between.
Because that's what lives.
Well, y'all were
That's what
suggesting not,
survived.
y'all were suggesting not sod.
I wasn't.
Y'all were suggesting not sod. I'm
Potentially.
saying that is what is, the whole way
Sod's
down.
what survives.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 240028, Park Walk 2, motion to defer elevation of materials for applicant to consider the comments from today, specifically to introduce more variety in the facades that are visible from Old Milton Parkway. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed. Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Thank you for that. All right, landscaping, please.
I'll make that motion. Regarding Park Walk 2, DRB 240028, landscaping, we approve as submitted today with the conditions of staff approval as we've discussed. End of motion.
Second.
Does that make sense, Brett?
No,
Okay.
just to be honest.
What do you, well, we didn't.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me make, so we have a motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Mr. Owens. Now let's jump into this.
So we didn't necessarily condition anything other than staff's gonna look at it based on the conditions. We didn't say you shall put this or you shall do that.
Okay,
Right?
I see what you mean. Okay,
I may not have said it in the most eloquent manner.
For Pat.
I'm not even sure if I used eloquent right. Going with it.
no, I think, yeah, I think I know where you're at.
Really means consistent with the council conditions is kind of
Right.
the point, right? To just
Yeah,
verify that the
and
council
what
conditions are met.
the conditions that council put for you guys to approve and what they presented is approvable.
Consistent, I think.
So, yeah, okay,
And we like sod in the landscape strip.
yes, got it.
Okay, I think we've talked ourselves into that motion then. Okay, any other questions or comments about the motion?
We'll let Ellie.
That'll be a traffic thing.
Good, okay. Anything else? All right. There being no further questions, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Thank you for your time this
Thank you.
afternoon. Appreciate it.
All right.
Okay. All right. There being no further business and with no objections from fellow board members, this meeting is hereby adjourned.